Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Thursday, and I am here today to play the Blueprints. Or Blueprints. I guess it's just called Blueprints. I wasn't sure. Um, it has been a week. Stuff has been happening. There is still no date for the Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders. But let's not worry about any of that and talk about the blueprints. So blueprints, which we will make sure to pronounce as two words, blue and prints, and not let it all like blur together into another word that sort of a pun. There's blueprints on the screen right now. I guess it's pretty straightforward what the pun is. Blueprints is the game, and I'll say this is a game I've been looking forward to for like a couple weeks because around 2 weeks ago, this tweet went up from Jason Schreier basically saying like, hey, in 2 weeks, it's saying basically like sometimes you realize you're playing one of the greatest games of all time, and Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring, now a game that will be out in 2 weeks, said Jason Schreier 2 weeks ago. And then after that, I heard on another from another video producer, not video producer, like another games media person, like, oh, you sometimes don't have anything to play on Game Pass. Well, keep an eye on Game Pass, and pretty soon here there's something on Game Pass you're gonna want to play, and it wasn't that hard to triangulate. Like, wait, okay, 2 weeks from now, Game of the Year style game coming out. Something soon on Game Pass. Is Blueprints coming out on Game Pass? Oh, Blueprints is coming out on Game Pass. A to B to C, and sure enough, when that was Dan Reichert who said something good on Game Pass coming soon. Look out. Um, Eventually, Jason Schreier did say when the embargo went up, like, yeah, for the last month, um, he has done very little but think about, talk about, and play the blueprints. It's sort of like a cross between Slay the Spire and Outer Wilds. I'm not the biggest Slay the Spire person. I played it once, but I do love Outer Wilds. Um, it isn't just going to be the best game of 2025, Jason Schreier says, but also it's going to go down as one of the best games of all time. If you are a puzzle sicko and like keeping a notebook, this is going to be the one for you. That's right. It's going to be a one of those puzzle games where you have to figure stuff up and like copious notes are good. To that end, I'll say I do have my phone right up and say the word and I can bring this up. We're looking at something. If there's something we need to note, I will note it on my phone. Maybe I'll show you while I'm noting. And then, if we get stuck and we need to like puzzle something and we need to look at our notes and stuff, I will absolutely bring it up and show you the notes so that while I'm like puzzling out, you can see what I see, what I'm working from. This is more efficient than hauling out the old desk cam. Also, I'm on a couch, so could I set up my desk cam, capturing like a little notepad on my couch? Maybe, but we're not gonna do that. Instead, I'm just going to show you my phone, and that's gonna do just good. One last thing before we begin. Two last things before we begin. One, they are calling this a Metroid Brainia. That's apparently the hot term that's going around, and everyone loves. That's right, a Metroid Brainia. That's what they're saying. Everyone's saying it. Everyone's loving it. Yeah. That's great. Two, this is a Game Pass stream, and I've done many a Game Pass stream before where the conceit is I'm trying a bunch of games that I haven't played on Game Pass before, and it is worth noting that I do have a good amount of other games here that I've not played before that are installed on this goddamn Xbox that are ready to go. You can see a whole bunch of them there. and South of Midnight and Atomfall being two of the latest ones to come out. Those two I'm kind of curious about. South of Midnight especially. I feel like Atomfall, I feel like we're just going to get in there and go like, "Oh, it's a survival game. Next." But if there's time after Blueprints, let's say we do a few hours of Blueprints and I'm still in the mood for a little more, after that, we'll do a little Atomfall and probably jump off pretty quick, and then maybe have a decent look at South of Midnight. Honestly, we could do any amount of these other games, from like the Blizzard Arcade to this shooter thing, Mullet MadJack. Doom and Tony Hawk aren't out yet, of course. I don't know I don't know what a lot of these games are, and it's sometimes fun to dive into them sight unseen. What's this one? This something? I have no idea what that is. Some sort of action game. The logo kind of reminds me of Okami, what I've seen of Okami, I guess just because it's red, white on red, and sort of like calligraphy looking. I've not played Okami. I should play Okami. Put Okami on GamePass, and I will play it. Live for the first time. Anyway, that could happen. For now, I think we're gonna focus on the blueprints. On blueprints. Singular. Let me take a drink. And then we'll begin. Blueprints. Let's go. Let's do it. Introduction over. We've established that this game is supposed to be very, very good. We've established that Metroidvania is the preferred term right now for it. I didn't say I'm a little sick today. My throat has been hurting all day. Took some Dayquil. And, Dogu Bomb presents. Took some Dayquil shortly before the stream re-upped, So hopefully I'm gonna be good. You might hear me cough. Whatever, dude. I don't know. I'll power through. Let's enjoy the game. Honduras is someone who made this game. This is the premise. I've seen that. I saw a trailer.
S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me.
Audio check. I'm way higher.
I give
Way louder.
and bequeath to my grandnephew Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly.
So there's this manor that is quote-unquote ever-shifting.
And bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate.
That's right. We have inherited a mansion.
Been kept a secret.
We have to find the secret room.
Staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner.
It should be noted
Should
that
my grandnephew fail to uncover this room, or
then we don't get it.
proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
we gotta solve the puzzle
Whereof
to get the house.
I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993.
And it's worth noting that, like,
S.
reviewers and media people say they have, often, in many cases, played it for a month and, before they finished. So, like, Don't count on us doing it this stream in 3 hours. No, no, no. This is like a big, huge, many hour puzzle to unweave, to unwind. Similar in scope maybe to like an Outer Wilds. I'm not sure like what it's most comparable to, but here we are, here we go. Intro over. We are walking around. We can walk outside even. It's pretty. I'm seeing it in 4K on my TV. My capture card is capturing it at 1080p, which is, you know, as good as you. There's like channels and stuff that do higher than that now, right? Well, not me. I got a Elgato that does 1080p. I forget what is it, just Elgato HD or something? I forget. And even then, you know, I don't know what's up with Twitch and 4K. I don't think that 4K is necessarily ready to go yet, even now. Soon, sometime. Hey, we got the Mount Holly blueprint. Oh, hey, this is interesting because my name is the Blueprints. My rank in this story is Blueprints. And I found the blueprint. And we can enter. We can, jeez. Access the blueprints for the manor using this thing. Interesting. So we have this whole map. This is a, let's see, a 5. I guess it would be a 5x9, right? 5x9 grid, 45 in total. And we have to find the secret room, the 46th room in this thing. Now, I've seen gameplay, so I know it's not as simple as just like, oh, the bedroom is over here, the coffee room is here, the bar is over here. I understand that it's more of a map-making game, like you're setting down rooms. Dude is dead. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your visits here as a young boy. Hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as they did in your lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could be further from my mind when I choose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought up onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it's very important that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the successes of the previous day. One final reward or advice: do not assume the rooms you may find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last century, and even I am uncertain which room lies behind any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path, and go where you want it to lead. Best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. I think that's an S. So basically what's that saying is, we explore at our leisure, and every day it's sort of a roguelike a little bit, or maybe a roguelite, insofar as the mansion layout will change entirely. And also, we will get items that will let us, you know, go farther. And also, we cannot just go to the Best Buy and go buy an item. You know, if we need a screwdriver, we can't just go get a screwdriver. You know, it's like Hitman. You gotta get the screwdriver from the official sources. You can't, you know, Agent 47 would be well served if you just, you know, got like a handyman set from the Home Depot and brought that with him on every mission. But he can't do that because he has to find a screwdriver on site, you know, on site procurement, that sort of thing. There's some interesting art here. Ace, Queen, and that's it. Painting of the environs. I'm not sure how much will be important, but for now, let's just read what this one says. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 foot. If you have no more foot, you'll be too tired to search the manor and must call it a day. We have 48 foot right now, so there's kind of no worry. Okay, so here's the situation. Here's how it works. We draft each room as we go. So I'm thinking interesting. So each room has like a different number of connections and also effects. So in the closet we'll get 2 items. In the bedroom we'll get 2 steps whenever we enter the bedroom. The hallway just has 2 different ways it can go, so it opens up more options for you. Let's go bedroom. I feel like the bedroom is just a good place for things. Interesting. It's not just what it says on the surface, too. It's, you know, there's clearly stuff in every room. That's a cool-looking puzzle thing. I don't know how you would run out of, greetings from Reddington. There's like claw marks on the dresser. A picture of a lady with a moon. This all feels like it might be important eventually, but it's too soon, I think, to start, like... Should I be taking notes of, like, bride? Paper, origami. 1, 2. This room has 2 origami cranes in it. Is that important? I don't know. It could be. Let's just keep walking. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hallway gives you options. Now, worth noting that... Do we need to, like, fill up the entire space? Is that, like, the end goal here, perhaps? Should we be looking for rooms that turn us in a certain direction or not? I'm gonna say the den, because the den has as many doors as the hallway, and also gemstone. Big clock. Cards. More cards. The lobby had cards in it, and now I'm gonna write this down. Hang on. Let's backtrack to the lobby real fast. Oh crap! I'm realizing now every room transition, regardless of backtracking or forward tracking, loses you steps. Okay, that's an important thing. That's the Ace of Spades in the lobby. There is also the Queen of Diamonds. And as a reminder, what I said earlier, I am typing these in on my phone. And I can show you it from time to time. I'll just walk with my phone out. That's fine. And that's 4 of diamonds. In what was this? The study? The den. Let's get that phone down. There's also a clock. Is that real time? No, it's a little behind real time. Or ahead? Would this be 9? Yeah, it's pointing at the 9, so it's a little after 9. Curious. Oh, I suppose they all have the same time, all the clocks. They should. Let's make sure. Pointing at the V, pointing at the V. Yes. That looks the same as well. These clocks, all the clocks are the same. Wait a minute. Hang on. I think if we wait, if we put down the controller and wait maybe 2 hours, and maybe a little more, maybe like 2.5, I think, something will happen. Oh, maybe more like 2 minutes. Maybe this is, that minute hand isn't going at the rate of minutes. It's going at the rate of maybe seconds? No, definitely not. Seconds would be faster, wouldn't it? I'm kidding. We're not gonna wait for that clock to go off. There has to be a way to, like, manipulate the clock. Time, like, wind it or something, maybe. Have I seen those pawns? That's a hand pointing down! Yeah, I seen that pawn before. Pawn. There's pawns. These pawns probably mean something. Here's my bet. What? We're like 10, 20 minutes in, maybe? Into this game? Maybe like 10 minutes in. I bet you have to draft a bunch of rooms together that have pawns in them at some point. And if you line up, like, all the pawns in a row and see them in one run, you can do something special. I'm turning it to the side here so we can get into this corner here. I reckon that might be good. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an evil spread would be 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover that. Should please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. "50 steps should be more than enough, so I think a more even spread would be ideal." What? What does that mean? Okay, that's interesting. I'm just gonna write down 5 of 3 fruits? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Now, if we do the parlor... Oh, the parlor is perfect. The parlor lets us get into the last room of this little corner here. And also has our first tool! The wind-up key. A component of the parlor game. Dear Herbert, it was an honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate at the Old Hams, with the Old Hams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it has been quite a while since we have been seen in decent society, and we're beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusion that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games of puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game that I played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You pressed me with the particulars, and I have included all the details you need. There will be at least 1 box that always displays true, 1 box that only displays false. The other, only one box has a prize within, the other two are empty. So it's a one lies, one tells the truth. The other, who knows? Where's the prize? Again, who knows? Is the other box a liar? You're in the parlor, the box is empty, the box is true. What? Huh? Wait. You're in the parlor. True. This box is empty. Ugh. It'd be a paradox if this was the false box. If this was the false box, this would be a paradox, right? This box is true. If it was actually the false box, wait. Then it'd be false. Wait. This box is true. This box is telling the truth. This box is true. But what if it's the open the white box? Is what Rock Party is saying. That's Rock Party's idea. Okay. You know what? I think you're right. This box is the no wait. It says the blue box is true. I thought it said the I thought it said we are in the parlor. Yeah, gotta be white box. White box is empty. It's not empty. There's something in it. Yes, hey, there's gems. I don't know what the value of gems is yet, but still very good. So I guess, like, I'm assuming that, like, if we draft this on a later run, there's the main man himself. If we draft this on a later run, we will find that, whoa, plus 10? Yeah, let's go test guest bedroom. If we draft it on a later run, I think we'll find that, more? There should be, like, a zoom in button. Oh, no, don't mind, it's cool. I wouldn't mind occasionally a little bit of, like, puzzling out, you know, if y'all have any thoughts, let them rip, you know. Maybe don't tell me anything that couldn't be figured out from, like, what we haven't seen, but, like, I'm open for discussion here, as far as, like, car keys, as far as, like, you know, what could be relevant, what do you think? You know, is there anything that I've just breezed by that could be very important? A lot of paintings, a lot of sketches, rosary beads, crowbar, Half-Life 2. Look at this note. Just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time with Lord Evanson, whose particular personality made up for your own absence. I got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room. It was well worth the wait. I enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hope your health improves. So, what room was that? The billiard room has darts in it. Probably also billiards, if I had to guess. This is the outside. A thought that I have is that some rooms... Here's a thought. Some rooms here, if they have windows, wouldn't work if they weren't on the outside. If they were, like, interior. Whereas other rooms like this, you know, make no difference whether they're on the inside or the outside. I wonder if that's, like, a factor in decoding the mystery. Also, hey, there's a drawing I can't write down what that says. I don't even know what it means, but well, actually, that is literally where this particular room is right now. Right there. Look through the room directory and the room, various room numbers. Bedrooms, hallways, green rooms, shops, red rooms. There's a timer. Note. Now we have a choice because... Oh wait, I didn't realize we could have just used the door in the entrance hall to get to that area. We didn't have to like tunnel our way to guest bedroom. We actually closed off a door that entrance hall could use, but whatever. Let's open this door here. Commissary. Speaking of shops, here's something. Ooh, arcade machines. You play like a... do these work? I'm trying hitting buttons. It's not doing anything. That's Dirigiblocks. Maybe you buy tokens or something. Payroll for all live out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. Your attendance will no longer be registered at roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at electronic computer terminals on the estate. They can be found at security and in the lavatory. Any questions about this procedure at the process should be directed to the house manager, Mrs. Babbage. Terminal password, you really can't read it. And it will be closed from day 12 to 16. What? With cake stand. That's like a cake stand, right? Without tie. Writing that down on my phone. Again, here's my notes so far. I'll also put darts in the billiards room. I'm pretty sure I'm writing down stuff I don't need to, but I'm feeling like that is maybe the case. I don't have enough money to buy anything. Metal detector. Sleeping mask. Shovel. Salt shaker. Commissary rank 3. Hang on. 20 and 21. All items 50% off. Den rank 2. So is the rank like... No, it's not like based around how far away from the hub it is. It's independent of that. My thought was maybe it's like, oh, it depends on like how many rooms away from the outside something is. Oh, we spend a gem to activate the nursery. Okay. I would like to get a key. So let's get the key. Get the diamond. There's like a little model of like a house or something. Again with the chess pieces. Chess pieces seem like they will be important. Should I write that down? Is that a duck or a bluebird? Call that a bluebird. In swim cap. Okay. Another mystery found. Unclear. Unclear. I don't know. We should just relax and see what's up. I got my key. I got my my money. Now there's just one door that we can use. Oh, we can use the key to unlock the... Yes, please. Unlock the trunk. What's in the trunk? Ivory dice. You can re-roll your floor plan situation. And some money. I could go buy... Yeah, let's... I don't know if it's wise to be going back and forth and back and forth. But, like, now I have enough to buy... Salt shaker? Or shovel? Or sleeping mask? I'm gonna say a shovel because I'm pretty sure I know, like, what I could use a shovel for. You know, if I get the opportunity to draft something outside, then I'll be able to, shovel it up. In fact, can I just... Can I go outside right now? How does that work? Worth noting that going outside does cost me a little bit of my nonsense. And also it looks like, perhaps... Oh, there's a run button in this game! You can hold down the left trigger and you'll sprint. Good to know. There seems to be some sort of cave system there. Maybe you can only do this outside. You can look around all the mountains. Nice waterfall. This is an impressive scale. I feel like I've been thinking about the words impressive scale lately because I've been, what is this? Watching some Epic Universe, like, impressions. That's sort of the thing people are saying about it. Impressive scale. Everything at Epic Universe is amazingly big. The buildings, the areas, etc. The statues, the Isle of Berk, the Nintendo areas, Donkey Kong's waterfall. I can't wait for that. Oh, hey, we can also see a clock on the outside. Wow, a lot of time has passed while we've been faffing about. It's nearly time for the right angle. I don't know if this is why. You know what? If we, like, enter and leave the bedroom, it kind of evens out. Kinda. Hallway gives us some options. Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. The west wing. Never eat soggy waffles. On the left side. West wing. Does that imply that you can go to another wing beyond this this grid? Or does that just mean like everything on the left-hand side here? Oh, I'm also blocking the parlor and the guest bathroom. Guest bedroom down here. That's fine. I'll accept that. I think let's open up this door and try to get something with a bunch of things. We don't want to do the kitchen. The kitchen will dead end us. The chapel, the extra door is useless to us because it just goes into the bedroom, which is already locked. Corridor is what we want. Meanwhile, all we can do here is turn. So, like, Nook would be good. Utility closet. I'm going to do the Nook. I'm prioritizing just not losing options here. Not like drawing myself into a corner. Well, you know. Not dead-ending myself. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to scribble something down in your notes. A pad or a journal would be valuable. You will not regret having beside you the whole journey. Yes. I have heard this. Got a key. There's a rook. You know what? I've seen a lot of rooms with, I feel like it might do me good. Rook. Rook in the Nook. Rook, Nook. Pawn. Let's just... I feel like this might be a waste of resources. But let's just go... That's not a chess piece, right? You don't think these could be bishops? It's not what a bishop... It's not quite right for a bishop. There's pawns in the bedroom. One pawn in the bedroom. Pawns. Bedroom. Comma. I think the den had one. Den. And guest bedroom. Again, here's the notes. What I've noted so far. Beginning to suspect that this is maybe a ceiling interesting. Might be an inefficient way to keep track of pawns. You know, one more of those and, well, it can go for 2 lines. That's fine. Oh, and there was one in the storeroom as well. Storeroom. And remember, the storeroom had a drawing of a bluebird. Maybe a... Oh, could be a penguin. Could have been a penguin. No, it had wings. Penguins do have wings, but not really real ones. Why would you want the lavatory? The lavatory... I think let's get a closet. We haven't done a closet yet. Items could be very valuable. Sledgehammer. You said that last time, Chaotic Oven. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. The MRI situation. How you doing? I'm playing the blueprints. Blueprints. You see, it's blue. That's one word, and prince, as in son of the king, is another word in that sentence. Want to be clear here. It is a pun. Bat forest. Bathtub. I'm thinking passageway. I mean, anything else ends our run because that would be... We wouldn't have any passage. We wouldn't have any way forward if we didn't put in a passageway. Man, it must suck for the people working here if you have to, like, go find a bathroom to check in, to, like, punch in. That's, oh, weird. You may draw new floor plans? What? Yeah, give me the drawing room. I didn't pop it in a good place, but whatever. Meanwhile, I'm curious about the lavatory. But let's... Damn it! I was gonna say, let's do the thing that lets me get more steps, because I am running a little short. But... it's just a lavatory. Just a lavatory. Okay, don't get that one yet. I would like to... Bunk room counts as 2 bedrooms each day. A meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. What? Plus 1 shiny for each time you drafted an observatory. Like in a single run, or what? I feel like dining room is the right answer. The meal is not served yet, but we did see a pawn, and I will write that down. Dining room as well. Ugh. Now then, the drafting room. Interesting. We can see here a door that logically can't work because we already have a room on the other side that doesn't have an opening on the other side, so it's just a blank door. That's what happens if that happens. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you have to select. However, there's some items and rooms that allow you to redraw if you don't like your initial 3 options. Interesting. Just once or any amount of times? Okay, I see. This is like a room that comes with a free reroll on every door that you do. Courtyard conference room, where items would be spread. Whenever items would be spread throughout the house, they are placed in this one instead. That seems pretty good to me. And it branches out in pretty good directions. Yeah. I guess if I don't like, you know, now I didn't like put a path that goes that way. Now I can't go to the dining room. Oh wait, no. Wait, yes, no. The dining room is like sealed up now. I can't get to the dining room from the drawing room. I have to go around the long way, which will cost me steppies. Spreading items. Some special rooms allow you to spread items. If you have a conference room, they appear here instead. Well, if we ever saw one thing we should write down. Safe code 9083. Yeah, that's just a gimme. Yes, I'm writing that down in my notes. For once, it's obvious that something is like noteworthy. Parts of this game less obvious, but that could not be more clear. Write that down. Keys for sale, wine cellar, boudoir. I'm thinking. Jeez. I'm thinking wine cellar. I might regret this. We've been low on gems. Gems lets us go to better rooms. We should do some gems. What is this? What? X marks the spot. Now, I have my phone to, like, write things on. And I can write, like, 3, or 4, 9. Or 4, 1, I guess, going from the top down. The 4th row across and the 1st row down. X marks the spot. But the line, how would I describe the line? And it looks like it goes diagonal. I don't know if the line is important. I took a screenshot as well. You know, I'll say I chose to do it on the phone on account of it'd be hard to do it otherwise on stream like this, at least, you know, for the time being. Let me write that down as well. This I can write down. MCCXIII. That's a number, isn't it? M is like millennia, so that's like 1,000. CC, the 1, 12, 12, 13. 12, 13. That says 12, 13 in Roman numerals. Well. These are not good. I'm gonna get that so I can get some more steps from drafting more bedrooms. The Red Prince. That's off theme. There was a Red Prince who sat on a red throne. He had a crown made of rubies and a red castle made out of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white or of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. Do you know which book the prince always had? The one that would make him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed. Maybe you can guess with the clues we have said. It was the story of a boy who also wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, it's in the same room. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince in his book. The red book we just read. Are we the Red Prince? No, we're the Blue Prince. That's a cute book. Very, very cute book. Yes. Yes. Nice alligator. I wonder how many children's toys now are just, 3D printed. Like, you can get a lot of 3D printed crap these days. Do you think that's a valid Rubik's Cube in a valid configuration? Is there any way to tell right away, right fast? Well, you could tell if there was more white sides than... You could tell if there were, like, multiple... how could you tell? If corners were backwards, you would be able to tell. If there was more than one combination of edge. That looks like it could plausibly be a, a few steps away from solved. It looks like there's a bunch of pieces that are already matched up. You can't tell without seeing the whole thing, I think. They could be the wrong pieces, they could be the right ones, who can say? Right, well, now we only have, like, one area open to us, so we need to be very careful with our remaining room here. We can only turn it... We have to use the East Wing Hall, which I guess means that it can only be used in the east. Only be drafted on the east side. And then we're going to have to get, ideally, something with 2 branches off of this. I only have 1 key. Chapel? We don't have that much money. But we need the branching. We need to branch here. Bishop in the chapel. Bishop in the chapel. Bishop. Chapel. Not Chappelle. Chapel. There's also a cup. That's probably not important. We can't write down everything we see. Okay. That wine scent cellar is inconveniently Fuck, we spent money on this chapel and we don't have a key, so we can only use 1 door. Fucking shit. We spent a money to enter the chapel, thinking like, oh, we can branch in either direction and we'll have some options. Fortunately, the other door was unlocked and has options for us. We're not cooked yet. In fact, we can play darts now because we've arrived in the billiards room. Which, of course, is where you play darts. This is, how things work in reality. What? 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 Okay, hang on. It says they're plus, minus, times, divides. 1 dart. Are we trying to... 1 plus 1 minus 1 divided by 1 times 1. That equals 1. I don't know what this game wants from me. Zero clue. I guess it was optimistic to say we could play billiards. That's a puzzle we'll just have to come back to. Perhaps, you know, I'll come back to it. Another day. Damn. That door's locked, and that's the one door that we have. What the hell did I do? I did a 2 and then a 9. No, maybe I didn't. 2 and then a 12? Wait, no, you hit the button that's highlighted. Oh, hang on. 9. 14. Maybe you add the numbers up, so it would be 13. 18. Oh, maybe the second one is minus and the third one... I got it! The first one, the outer ring is plus. The second... Wait. The innermost ring is plus. Then the next one out is minus. And then the next one out is times. And the farthest one out is divide. Okay. So 18 minus 10 is 8. 19 minus 15 is 4. 2 times 6 is 12. 9 plus 7 is 15. Wait. No, wait. 9 minus 7 is 2. Times 10 is 20. Keys! We figured out a puzzle, and we got keys! As a result, this run isn't dead, because the 2 doors that we have access to require keys. Clutch! That's clutch! Yes, I will unlock the door. I'm gonna go spare room. I still could use... There's nothing in this room. This room is, nothing. A rumpus room? I can't afford the cloister, but it'd be really good if I could. The bunk bed is really valuable and would really replenish my, my crap, but I can't afford to have a dead end right there. I need to branch out. Rumpus room it is. The rumpus room has a bishop. Hey, hey. Also, it's a black bishop. Haven't the other ones been white? Like in general? Rumpus. Black. I'll put black in parentheses there. No audio. Can I turn the television on? Checkers, backgammon. You know, a checkerboard floor for a game room. Sure. Kind of makes sense. Kind of thematic.
And As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Sure.
The image is becoming clear.
That's me from the thumbnail of the YouTube
I
version
see a boy.
live.
A boy standing on a shore of white sand.
That boy was in the trailer.
Something he was told he would not find.
Well, I was told I would find this, so...
I see a black cat tied to a red flag.
Black cat,
I hear the wind blowing,
red flag.
but the flag does not stir. I see
No stir.
a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key.
Door,
It
locked
is the
door.
you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room
Marked
beyond
by
dark
moon.
waters. What you
Beyond
have heard here
dark
has been
water.
foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Well, that was quite helpful. Feel like we've learned a bit. We now know what the door we're looking for looks like. I'll also say, just looking around, I see now that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. Count properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 diamonds. Does that mean anything? Like the cards? Or it could be like these are separate. This would be a 5 of diamonds, a 3 of diamonds, and a 7 or 8 of diamonds. Possible to say. This will be our last key. I'm gonna. I'm curving it to the left here. We got into the observatory. I feel like this is a good first run. I feel like we have seen a lot. We might even get to the antechamber if we can like draft the right rooms and not get locked out with a key. I feel pretty good about that. Thens Eres, Bird and Sons Publishing. Complete starbase and list of constellation and the observed effects. North Star +1 gold. The twins, 2 trunks, add to the entrance hall. The slice, stick seps, 1 gem for Dymas Manor. Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Apples are extra delicious today. Clavis the key, 1 key. 5 gems, Draxus the dead end doors are more common today. The sale, everything is 50% off. Green rooms are more likely to contain extra special flowers. And that's all the constellations that there is. Yes. Uh... Well, we need to be able to look up into the sky if we are to see the heavens, right? The opposite direction that we should be going. This is not right. Am I supposed to be, like, looking at a certain side of it to go up or down accordingly? Looks like. I turn this around. It won't. Oh, because it's solid objects are in its way. Damn it. 1 second. Remember, I have a run button. I should use it. Okay, now we're good. Oh. Okay, I'm looking outside. I got a little money from the North Star. You think it's because... Wait. I'm not facing north. I'm not looking to the north. Night in the observatory. Okay. Okay. Well, I think we're done here. Yeah, let's call it. I don't think we have enough, like, energy to make it back, so... Day 1 done. In the books. Oh, shit. We reached... Oh, shit. We could have absolutely gone and gotten our dinner. Maybe, if we had enough, steps. Little lost opportunity there. Not sure if that would have gotten us anything, you know. I don't know what food does. Well, we found 6 items. We took 84 steps. We did pretty good for our first run. I don't understand it yet. First impressions, 1 run in. Things don't make sense yet. Day 2. Things don't make sense yet. But it's cool. The elements, it has all the hallmarks of a, like, you know, drafting type game where you're keeping track of what rooms you... I'm not sure, like, if there's a rule against, like, things appearing multiple... I guess, like, you can only get at any given room once. So... You know, there's like a logic to figuring out, like, okay, how do I get this to go in the direction I want to? How valuable is options right now versus just like, you know, items and money and resources. You know, there's a certain degree of like thinking on your feet and going with the flow, but also like you know, the kind of strategy you get in a game like this where you're making these sorts of decisions. And also there's a whole mystery element that has not become clear yet. What the deal is. Now that we're on day 2, I do wonder if, like, let's go with the parlor. I do wonder. Okay, so it's a new one of these puzzles every time. I do wonder. I do wonder. Let's just leave it at that. Black pawn in the parlor. I do wonder if these rooms are going to be basically the same each time. Black pawn. Like if the pawns are always in the same rooms. If the decor is always the same. And like if additional layers will open up as we do run. This box is the white box. No, it's not. You're a liar. This box is the black box. You're also a liar. The blue box contains the gems. Truthful. It's the blue. Okay, so even if we don't know whether one could be lying or truthful either way, but like if there's two lying, you know like which ones are which. You know, it's fine. I don't want a dead end right away. That's bad. So we gotta go with the den. The stuff looks the same. The pawn, the like the 4 of diamonds, all of it the same. Time. The whole situation. Hallway or pantry? I think pantry. I think we need to get some money. Banana! Oh, the banana gives us some steps, but not above 50, or I guess maybe we already used up 50 already. I'm gonna say the nook. Say we do the nook because that's gonna turn this in the right direction. You know, right now my strategy for this run is to just sort of beeline forward. You know, go try to make it to the antechamber by whatever means necessary. So, like, something like a corridor, I think, is an especially good get. These are bad, though, except for the security room, which will cost us 1. Hopefully, that's not a problem. It gives us 2 options going forward, which is nice. What's up with this room? Prince. We've gotten to a rather mysterious room, apparently, based on how the prince is reacting. There's a keyboard. There's a notepad. I do feel like right now, a lot of my intrigue The hell? Is based on, like, just hearing what people have said, you know? People have said they spent, like, hundreds of hours poring over this game, thinking about this game, trying to figure out this game, and that just makes me want to get in here and just puzzle out everything immediately. And it might be a thing where really, like, yes, that's you. That's him. That's the blueprints. It might be a thing where, like, give it time, and it'll make sense. You know? Give it, like, you know, 3-4 hours, 6 hours in, you'll be going like, okay, I'm hooked. The meta layers have exposed themselves to me. I'm in it for real. What? That's something to write down. Blue memos. Not blur memos. Come on. Autocorrect. Blue is a word. Equals true. Red memos equals false. This game really calls for, like, the kind of note-taking. Here's my notes so far again, by the way. My notes so far, by the way. This game really, oopsie daisy, calls for the kind of note-taking where it's like, MacGruber notes scene where you open up and it just says clues and it's blank, and you turn the page and it's a bunch of nonsense. That's exactly the sort of notes you should be taking. Just it should read like a crazy person made these notes. Red memos equals true? What does that mean? Who knows? I don't know. That should be the vibe. Bluebird. What does the bluebird mean? I don't know. Seen this. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks. Likewise, normal doors as well will be more likely to be locked. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Interesting. Wait. There's something up with this coffee. It looks like it's drawn. It looks like drawing. Doesn't look like liquid. Probably just an art style thing. What does that tape say? I think it just says C-cam. Sex cam, maybe? A cam, B cam. It's just tapes. Oh. This door is locked. Spending another gem to get a drafting room because I want to be able to turn this way. You know, we should use this door going the wrong way to get commissary. I don't have that much money. Gotta go closet. Get ooh, ho 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 ho. Wait, the silver key. What did that say? The computer was accessible in the last room? Oh shit, I should check that. You're good looking out. What the fuck did that silver key say? I buttoned through way too fast there, but it did just pop into my keys. Did anyone... I know what to do. Ready? Ready? Unlocking a door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. There we go. That's what I needed to know. Thank you, modern console systems. Computer in the security room. Oh shit, it was. Estate inventory. 1 gem, 0 keys, 0 everything else. Okay. So there's not any more. Wait, so that's saying that of the rooms I've already drafted, there is a gem that I haven't gotten yet. That's whoops. I'm not gonna go back for it though, unless I really need it then. Keycard system. Can I disable that? You should expect to see 1 or 2 security guards with low. Set security level. Oh, set to low. Change offline mode. Unlocked. Okay. Log into network. I can't do this without guessing. I'm gonna guess Steve. Like from Minecraft. Okay, it probably doesn't like, nothing happens until you get it right. Why was I pink here? Probably just a bug. So now I have a key, so I can use that key door. But we do have just here a door that goes forward. Let's use the silver key. And that'll get us 7. Wait, what? 7 locked doors in a single room? 7 locked doors? That's madness. What the hell? 7 locked doors? I gotta see this room that has 7 locked doors in it. I have 2 keys. We can at least unlock 2 of them. Start off by locking the one on the far side. Get a hallway or a bedroom. I'm gonna say the bedroom. We need to pop a little bit to the left anyway. Meanwhile, what do you think is behind... Okay. 6 doors that are locked here. Right? 6 doors. It said 7 doors, and I assume it didn't include the one that you come in on. That one actually was locked, technically, but not when it was drafted. Do we want to unlock another room? Or do we want to unlock one of these side doors? I'm thinking this one. That's my decision. I gotta upgrade disc. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Holy shit, that sounds good. That sounds pretty good. This is a roguelite. We can upgrade some crap. What does that say? Oh, this is just the thing about redrawing. Can I insert? Hang on. Oh, Y to insert disc. Okay. Which one would I want to upgrade? You will now have the chance to permanently upgrade this room to one of the 3 different upgraded floor plans. I can make it always left unlocked. That seems pretty valuable for, like, you know, always unlocked seems like a really valuable effect, especially as you get into late game and it seems like doors that are locked are so common that it becomes a real issue. Dig spots could be important. You know, good for, you know, you get a shovel you want to dig, you probably get something good for it. And that's like one of the places where you could find dig spots, I'm sure. Yeah, I would bet that it comes with some dig spots. I'm gonna say unlocked. I'm gonna say right now that one that's the effect that is most valuable here and now. Multiple times the blueprints on there. He's flashing pink. What's the deal? That worked out really well. That's great. And we can confirm the pawns are the same here. Looks like all these rooms are basically the same every time. Chappelle turns the wrong way, so we don't want that anyhow. Don't be locked. Ah! You don't be locked either. Bah! I spent my key on this boondoggle. Definitely worth it, but now we have to, like, spend our... I mean, I guess now... If going deep into the house means that you'll have fewer opportunities to get things, I feel like then there's some good strategy here where we're like, okay, you know, early on, when you're in these areas... Gem requirement, god damn it. Don't have any gems. When you're in the early areas, there's nothing... There's nothing in here. I shouldn't even have entered. Waste of a thing. When you're in these early areas, you should really maybe just use some of these doors and just be like, okay, maybe I can get some keys or something. Yeah, storeroom. Let's go ahead and pop that. We can get a single key here. Remember the bluebird. Is that always the same? I don't remember that particular art, but I wasn't really making note of particular arts. I already plugged up the entrance hall with the lavatory. So we've used up all our doors. Let's make our way back. We have 20 steps. We could try out one of these other doors. Nope, nope, nope. Keep going. I'm gonna pick the one that goes forward. One of these gets us access to the antechamber, and that's a dining room. And I think it was said... Hey, hey. What does this do? 20 steps plus an additional 10 if you have a showroom. I do not, but gimme. Tasty. It's really nice. Wait, what? What? Huh? Hello? I thought it said that you could just go into the antechamber. We found a note saying like, oh yeah, it's not required to pull lever anymore. Right? That's what the thing said. Huh. Does this door open? Oh, once I have drawn floor plans, I must draft. This isn't good. All these are bad. All these are very bad. All these are about as bad as you can get. Maybe I could disable security doors with the breaker box. But all these are all dead ends. Vac indicators, I don't know. I turned on the garage. And what the hell is that last one? Carport? You think it could it be a time thing? You remember that there was earlier a thing that said like clock like this, right? You think it could be that the door opens? I mean, if that's true, then wait until the thing hits 1, and that should be the right angle for that hint that we saw earlier. So, let's wait a minute and see if this door opens by itself. And if not, we leave. We go outside and hope that like we turn on the garage or something. That angle looks good. Do I need to like step into the door? The angle is now way too much, so I think we're hosed. Mysterious sealed room may prove quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. You can't help but draw a connection between this one and room 46. Yeah, this is a conundrum. I wonder if there's a certain room where these doors would be open. Okay. That's I think we've done day 2. We don't have any more keys. We have a diamond. We have a tiny amount of money. Hand pointing down. We have a tiny amount of money. I think we've just about done all that we can here. Security doors were off, but honestly, we haven't seen any security doors, so it's kind of a non-issue. And I'm pretty sure there's no more doors that can be opened. No more remaining doors. Where's that hint? Here it is. Here they are. Oh, and here's that diamond we didn't get earlier. We need to explore these rooms better. Well, we did turn on the garage, so maybe if we go downstairs again, this area that was dark earlier, maybe it'll be light. Not there. Still looks dark. Still looks dark. Okay. And like the guy said, you know, the rule is you can't go to Walmart and go get a flashlight or, you know, use the thing on your phone. What we got is what we got. We can't see, we can't see. I don't know. Conundrum. I think that's day 2. That's all we can do. The hell is over there? Let me just poke around a little bit around the estate, and then we'll end day and do a third. I want to see what happens if you walk in this direction. I've seen comparisons to Myst as a thing. And certainly with, like, areas like this, I can really see it, but, you know, my understanding is this has, like, a very easily accessible, like, top layer, right? Which is like, okay, this is a drafting game. This is a room drafting game where you have to navigate your way to the end and figure out some way to get past that even. You know, there's that very accessible, like, top layer before you get to, like, arcane mystery solving. You know, before you're just like, okay, well, I have this room over here. What do I do with this room over here? Is this a safe? Hang on. I have the safe code, as you may remember, 9083. This doesn't look like a safe, though. But it's the only code I got, so... yeah. I'll tell you, if I was not on stream right now, I would brute force this motherfucker before you could blink. Well, you know, it'd take like 10, 20 minutes of just trying out numbers, but believe you me, I would brute force that thing. It would be brute forced, and then I would see whatever it is. Okay, we can call it a day. I am tempted to just like to do it. Why can't you jump the gate? It's a very short gate. Okay. Here's how I would do. Let me just do... see, this goes fast. Look at this. It's fast to brute force. You do one at a time, and every time you get back around to the thing, increment the next number. It's simple. It's easy. This is how you brute force if you don't know how to brute force a lock in a game like this. And usually they don't have enough, like, combinations where you could really, like, you know, where it's that much of a waste of time, you know? Sometimes you only have, like, 3 numbers on them. And in that case, it's like, you know, go to town. That's, like, 10 times faster, 10 times easier than this Mama Jama. You know, this one, you're gonna have to go around the horn a bunch of times, but if it only has 3, 10 times less, you know, 10 times faster. Depending on, you know, where in the cycle the thing is. We probably should not do this. Let me at least get to the third. I can put a timestamp on the VOD that says brute forcing a lock. I can do that. And then if anyone is like, "Are you seriously gonna do this?" Look on the look to your to the timestamps. Look to the timestamps now. We're already like 1/100th of the way through. That's actually not very far. Then again, it hasn't been that much time. If I fuck up and skip a number, I'm gonna be very cross. I'm gonna be very upset, but I'm pretty sure I'm always hitting. The one thing to keep in mind is that you don't need to pull like when you get back around to 0. You know, because you already pulled like when you started at 0. But sometimes I do anyway, because it's easier and you don't have to think. You don't have to think when you're brute forcing. That's very important. I mean, really, you could go one further and start. You could just do one forward and start from there, but that does involve thinking. Should a game like this prevent some sort of brute force like this? I don't know. The one way I could think is just like, yeah, make it 5 digits. It's 5 digits. I'm probably not going to think like I can just go play the numbers. I can just do it that way. I'm gonna think twice and think like, no. I'll just come back when I find a thing that tells me what it is. So what else is new? What else is new in the world right now? The tariff pause is a thing. Nintendo hasn't announced like when the Switch 2 is going to is gonna open up the pre-orders yet. I hope that they do it soon. You know, obviously I don't want it to be a shadow drop. I don't want it to be like, hey, pre-orders are open. Go, go, go. You know, I want it to be like, okay, everyone, tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Or, you know, tomorrow at 3 o'clock would be fine, you know, just like tell me so I can be working from home, so I can be on the some of these look like more dramatic. Maybe just my imagination though. Tell me so I can be like ready to go, right? And ready to get in there and get one and hope like hell that Best Buy like doesn't fuck me. I'll say I've done some prep work, you know, as you do. I've done some prep work, as you do. I've bookmarked the Switch 2 bundle pages for Best Buy, Target, and GameStop, and I'm hoping to get one. I'm hoping to get one of those once pre-orders happen. I'm not sure if I will. It's very possible that I won't. But I'm feeling optimistic. I mean, I don't know, I'm feeling optimistic, but I've managed to get like every console that I try to get day one, you know, provided I tried on pre-order day one. Right? Like, I got a Switch day one, I got an Xbox Series X day one, didn't try for the PlayStation 5 day one, had to do the whole lottery shit, and, you know, that console hasn't really been used that much, so honestly, like, if I have to put in that kind of work for the Switch 2, I would feel like, you know, like, fair, hey, it's going to be a lot more important to me than the PS5 was. And indeed, even more than, like, the, you know, if I think of, like, the hardest console I ever had to get, right? Like, the hardest console to get, I don't know about you, but, like, we're obviously talking about the Wii. Back in the day, it was so hard to get that you couldn't get it year one. You just couldn't get one in the first year that it was out, which, you know, it's about as nuts as it goes. Like, even in the case of the PlayStation 4, you know, if you found a website and was paying attention, you could get one. But like with the Wii, that just wasn't the case. You know, you had to call Best Buy every day, a year after it launched, and say like, hey, do you got 'em? And they would say, no, we don't. And you'd go like, okay. And you'd call every lunchtime. And eventually, they say, oh yeah, we got 'em. And you go, really? And you jump in your car, and you skip school, and you go and get a Wii. I don't know if I had to skip. It was like during lunchtime. But I was in high school, you know, so I had the car, I was ready to go. That's how you got a Wii back in the day. There hasn't really been anything that mad since then, right? PlayStation 4 or 5, whichever, is like the closest it got, and like it was tough, but not like impossible. Hope you don't mind. This has been something. Hope you don't mind me brute forcing. Again, timestamp if you're watching the VOD. If you're watching live, feel free to say something or talk to me, you know. I wouldn't mind it right now. I'm just fucking spinning a thing. Talking about hardware launches. With the Vietnam, Cambodia stuff, I do think they're ready to go. I do feel like they should be clear to just give us a date and let us buy it for hopefully the original price. But I'll admit that, like, after this, you know, who knows, like 90 days, it could shoot up again. You know, Vietnam apparently is looking to negotiate. I don't know, like, and Nintendo doesn't either. They don't know if that's gonna go through, if that's going to satisfy, if that's going to, like, mean that all things are good and we don't have to worry. There's a lot of uncertainty, and, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could just start selling now and start importing as many as they can in the meantime. But, like, you know, the thing is, with, like, a console like the Switch 2 or otherwise, you know, you're gonna have to bring more in, right? Like, getting as many as you can for launch is great and all, but, like, you will sell through however many you brought in pre-tariff. And then what are you gonna do for the rest of the year? Of course, you gotta ship in more from Cambodia, you know, fresh ones, fresh from the factory. At which point, like, you're gonna have to deal with the tariffs, you know? Whatever supply you build up as far as, like, non-tariff Switch 2s, or, like, 10% tariff Switch 2s, like, you will burn through that on day one, in pre-orders, in, you know, maybe you can ration them a little, but, like, they're gonna start needing fresh ones, at which point, you're fucked. You have to deal with the market conditions, which are fucked. This is riveting, I know. I feel like you could, like, maybe logic it out and go like, okay, well, the last digit's not going to be 0. That would make it way too easy to brute force, so it'd probably be like 1 or 2 or something. Or maybe even, God forbid, it could be 9. But when you're brute forcing, you gotta go in order or you will miss them. You will, you know, let's say you cleverly reverse one of the wheels, you know, go from 9 down. Well, that's too clever by half. You're gonna forget that you did that. Not something you want to do. Don't know what we're even trying to unlock here. Apples? Free apples? Number of the devil. I will say, I've been preparing, like, anime topic cards for tomorrow's stream, which is, you know, more of a on-topic type stream, you know. The Mario Maker streams I always view as, like, they're allowed to be a little more topical, you know. They're allowed to talk about things that only matter now in a little more detail and, you know, spend more time lingering on them. Whereas, like, stream like this, you know, this is the one time, other than, like, Game of the Year time, that I'm gonna be playing Blueprints and, others, so, like, you know, I kind of want it to be on topic. I kind of want it to be focused, but during this time, I can just talk about anime if I want. I'll say, you know, last time I went through the top shows that I've seen so far, which I said last time and I'll say again, at that point, I think the top show that I had seen was, not Witch Watch, but Witch Watch is up there. I feel like Witch Watch might be objectively the best show that I had seen as of last Tuesday, as of Tuesday's stream. And Zabby Tabby, the traveling show, it is like more up my alley as far as, like, you know, giving me some laid-back camp vibes, sort of capturing that spirit of, like, how fun it is to travel in Japan and sightsee and do things of that nature. And again, kind of reminds me of Laid Back Camp, the parts where the girls all travel to a place. It's quite serene, quite swell, quite nice. But I'll say, since Tuesday, I have seen one more show that I want to recommend on that same level, on that same caliber of, like, best of the season type shows. And that is, what is it called? It is called Apocalypse Hotel. The premise of Apocalypse Hotel is sort of set up in the intro a little bit, and it sort of unfolds pretty quickly, where it's like, okay, it's this nice hotel that is partially run by robots, where, like, you know, the robots do their best to ensure the best standard of care imaginable, and also very quick in the intro, it's established that, like, oh, there's a plague, humanity's fucked, we need to get the fuck out of here. Oh, humanity flees the Earth, and the show takes place 100 years later, you know, with these robots still holding down the fort and opening up for business every day, despite the fact that, like, the city around them has turned to ruins. You know, their numbers have diminished, like, 100-fold. There's very few of them left 100 years later, now that, you know, society has collapsed around them. But still, they're there, and they're like, you know, hey, we gotta check the towels. We gotta make sure that the beds are made. We gotta make sure that there's no mold. There's no pest problems. You know, and they are earnestly trying their best. You know, there's like a certain sadness to it, you know, like them being at their wits' end, essentially. Uh, just waiting and living in hope that, like, oh, tomorrow's the day, humanity will return. And then just another uneventful day passes, and, what are you gonna do? It's funnier every time there is an uneventful day. You know, it's funnier the more bored they are, and the more just like... the more just like... pointless it all seems. And it's very funny as well. What am I doing? It's very funny, just like their plight, their anguish, their like work ethic, you know? They got a real work ethic going and a real like way of doing things, and the main character is sort of like the maitre d' or like the manager, and she's running around checking the rooms and going like you know, trying to going like you know, beds are made, no mold, no watermarks, shower cap there, appropriate toiletries, yes, check. And it's like they're proceeding with it as if they are going to get guests, you know. That's sort of just like another day, another just like routine that we're going through. And it's really fun, really funny, and I have a lot of hopes for like where that show goes. I think it is I would say maybe the best show I've seen so far as the first episode goes. The one that has impressed me the most out of the gate. And, you know, goddamn. Enough said. I could go through all the anime if I really wanted to. I have it all prepared and all. I have the little anime cards ready to go. The ones that tell you the synopsis on them on there, as well as a summary of what I thought. You know, it does take a while to do 3. If we have only just now rolled around once. Maybe 4 is too much to brute force. Maybe 4 is too much to brute force, actually. I don't know. Maybe. Should we proceed? Maybe this is enough time to spend just like literally spinning wheels. Let me rub my eyes. I mean, also, if you're brute forcing it anyway, I guess the question then is, why not just look it up? Which is a really good question I don't have an answer for. I don't have an answer for why I would brute force a lock, but not simply Google it. I haven't thought about it that much. I mean, it's not that big a deal if there's only 3, but if there's 4, it's a bit of an endeavor, bit of an ordeal, bit of an effort. I think we should stop. Little more. I'm feeling good. Maybe we should have started by just... Wait, Okay, there we go. Maybe we should, like... We could check every year in the 90s and the 80s on this thing. There's a possibility it's something obvious like that. I don't know. Let me just think for 2 seconds here. Also, it makes sense to do from the bottom, and then you could, like, the number that you're on is literally the number of times you've tried, you know, versus here where you'd have to reverse and be like, yeah, I've checked 1,149 combinations. Quite a few, actually. You'd have to read from bottom to top. It's weird to do. What time is it? 10 o'clock? What do I got in my list of cards for tomorrow? I got a bunch of stuff, mostly related to Switch 2. The anxiety there. As well as, you know, talking more about the games. Launch lineup. Mario Kart. That shit is all very exciting. You know, I'm really excited to dive into all of that. I'll tell you something right here, right now. While we're just, spinning wheels here. I have been thinking about, every year for the last few years, I have done, like, a watch over of the Xbox event. The Xbox event in June. And this year, you know, maybe I could do it again. It is like a few days after the Switch 2. But I was thinking it might be fun during that to just, like, cheat a little bit and just do it not as a exclusively watch the fucking thing stream, but also just get a picture-in-picture going of some Mario Kart World and just, like, explore around while, you know, picture-in-picture style, while the direct is going on, while the Xbox press conference is happening. And if it's more important, or if, like, a good game comes up, we can make that, you know, we can put down the Switch 2 for a bit, for a second. And if it's like, you know, they start announcing a Final Fantasy thing, I can just literally cover the whole screen with like Mario Kart World. I'll use Final Fantasy as an example. I've never played a Final Fantasy game, so, you know, I don't have that much interest. I wouldn't have that much interest if it were to come up. But I could absolutely do some funky bullshit, and I think that'd be I think that could be fun. We've done 1,300. That's an unlucky number. Should go a little farther and at least get to 1,400. So do I have anything that I can say? I don't like unlucky numbers. I really don't. Admittedly, like, I'm, you know, seeing the unlucky number. It's sort of backwards. It's sort of more of a, you know, just part of the thing. But I see it. And, you know, you have to read from bottom to top to see it, which means it's really not there, but it bothers me all the same. What if there's, like, some sort of brute force thing where it's set up so that if you try it, it just stops actually checking. That'd be weird. That's not how locks work. I mean, a thing to keep in mind with, like, brute forcing like this, I'll say. You know, it seems like it would take forever, you know, getting up to 9999, let's say, but on average, you only have to get halfway through, so that'd be like 5555, which we are nowhere close to. So, you know, maybe have to go another forever on average. Let me look at my notes that I have. Tariff switch to. I ordered a RetroTink. RetroTink is one of those companies who's like small and probably under risk if like tariffs cut off their business. So like I went and ordered one of those before I lost the opportunity forever. For the time being anyway. Well, you know, maybe forever. Like, fuck, man. With these tariffs, it's possible a company like that might go out of business. Not being able to make their products. Epic Universe previews look really great. Played a bunch of Avowed yesterday. And I guess that kind of covers it. I should probably make more cards for tomorrow. Because this is kind of a light lineup. One more thing I want to do before we leave here. Which is like, fuck it, let's just try putting in actual years. Because I have a feeling it might be like... This game takes place in the 80s, right? Could also be a birthday. We should just go through the 20th century. Or, you know, this... Maybe like as... Could be a birthday. We should go through this particular century, the 19... And just see. Go through the 1900s and see if that does it. It's looking like it won't. Was an off chance. I can skip all the 4s up to like a... No, I can't. I can't skip that far. I can only skip to 2. I can skip... I really can't skip 1 either. We have not checked very many of these. Well, it was a nice thought. The code is viewable near here? Is it? I didn't need to spend like 20 minutes like brute forcing it. I could have just looked around. Let me look around for a second. The code is viewable near here. Where exactly? Some structures. What's with these circles? Hang on a minute. This isn't it. These are all zeros. We already tried 0, 0, 0, 0, right? These are just marks. Could it be the height? No, they're all basically at the same height. And there's more of them than 4. Let's think. There's a mine. A little bit of tearing there, I think. Maybe? Question mark? Sky. My campsite. Why would my campsite have the key? Have the code? Viewable near here. Looking closely. Walking over here. Nope. There. Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. I keep thinking these circles gotta be a hint, gotta be a clue. Almost expecting it to be like written on a rock or something. Maybe like a piece of paper. Maybe look for a piece of paper. You might need a magnifying glass. Okay. Maybe it's like on the underside of like a thing. Let me just give me a hint. I am thinking if I could look at it right now, it might be a very funny moment. Have I already looked at whatever it is that has it? Have I already like looked at the guilty party? A stump? A stump. Let me look. A stump. I'm just saying, if like, I you know, as you know, I like to clip up good moments from streams. Like, you can just imagine, like, some sort of, like, quick, you pull up the magnifying glass. Yeah, I don't have that yet, so. Stump. Stump right here. It looks like it's not visible. If I could see it, that would be very funny. You know, if I could just look at it right now and be like, oh, god damn it, it was right there. But, no such luck. We'll come back another time. Brute forcing didn't work. Okay! Timestamp. I tried brute forcing and, sadly, didn't work out. That was silly. We got through like 1,000 combinations, and I kind of ran out of things to talk about whilst doing it. Three digits is about as many as you want to do with a brute force situation. Let's get on to day 3. I feel pretty self-conscious if I'm on stream and I'm wasting time like that, so maybe I shouldn't do it, I guess, is the long and short of that. Maybe I shouldn't just, do that. There's a reason why every time I've seen a combination lock in a stream, I've been like, I would, but I'm not going to, you know? Because it's just, better not to, better not to. Let's begin again. It feels like it's been forever since I actually played the game part of this game. Let's do it. Day 3. Woo, let's go. Let's start off with the den. I feel like forward is so valuable. You don't want to waste it with like a dead end. You know, the one forwardy. Whereas the one to the left, like, we could absolutely... Let's see. Pantry, spare room, hallway. Hallway, I think. More doors, more things. Just a dead end here isn't as valuable, isn't as much of a problem. Storeroom, like here, exactly. Like, look. Getting one of these is no problem. We've gone through this a couple times. This is all old hat to us now. Let's see if we begin to just, you know, get better at the drafting. Oh, hey, the courtyard. I feel like with the courtyard, we don't want to use it prematurely. I will get a breaker box. I will turn off the entry system. Don't know what the vac indicator is, but I'll fiddle with it. What does that say? Tooling a breaker? If I take a screenshot, can I zoom in on it? No? I can set it as my background, but I can't zoom in on it. I can't read what that says. It's too small on my screen, on my TV. I sit closer than most people do to my television. That text is just way too small to read, nonetheless. I can't imagine if, like, you had an end table and crap between you. I'm basically just about as far as you can be, about as close as you can be, while having the ability to, like, fully recline and walk past. Basically. Pretty damn close, you know, like 6, 7, 8 feet, maybe. Which I like to do. I like it that way. I feel like just, you know, having the TV damn close is just, very nice. It's not just because I'm getting old and I can't see very far, or, you know, my vision, even corrected from glasses, can be a little bit, you know, not exactly 20/20 anymore. You know, there's limits now how good vision can be, even when assisted by glasses. At least I've found that. A resolution, you know. Check one item and retrieve it in another day? That's pretty cool. I don't know what stars is right now, so I think let's unlock this. And we won't use this right now. It's too soon, but like if we can swing by here on the way out, that would be ideal. I don't want to alarm you, anyone, but none of these options give us another door. And also, we're out of doors to check. This is the last this is the last one. Well, damn it. I guess maybe you should advance your main, like, your main routes before you go about, like, unlocking other things and maybe using up space that you otherwise could use to have additional rooms. I don't even have an item to check in. Also, maybe saving that other room for, just in case might be a good idea. That was a very fast day. That screwed up. Screwed up! That's a crap day. It's not even worth reviewing. I feel like we should do maybe 2 more days maybe day 4, day 5 is what I'm thinking. And then maybe we check out some other new games. I feel like Blueprints hasn't really hit yet. And I feel like this might be the sort of game where, like, honestly, right now I'm just playing and occasionally getting some input from Rock Party and chat. I feel like this game might really benefit from, you know, having a Discord open and saying like, "Ooh, I found this. Ooh, I found that," versus just doing it in absolute solitude. You know, just the absolute solitude of this is perhaps 4 plus 2 plus 3 is perhaps not as ideal. You know, you want to be sharing a little bit of your discoveries and, like, getting some ideas from other people, like, what's up? You know, as far as, like, major discoveries go, I've only figured out this in particular. Like, how to do the billiards. That has nothing to do with billiards. 12 minus 8. That's 4. Times 4. 16. Fuck is 6? There we go. 15 minus 9. That's 6 times 2. 12. Pretty good, though. You know, hey, you do that puzzle, you get a couple keys. Keys are so valuable. I feel like keys are just the most valuable thing that I know about currently. Also do the parlor, but that's gonna turn me around the wrong way. Fuck, all these options. None of these give me, like, a good turn myself around thing. I need a good turn the other way. The Nook will do it. Perfect. Let me just see what's over here. I'll take a parlor. This statement appears on another box. These true are true. That means that the blue box is not empty because that one's definitely the liar. That means the blue box is it. I like that puzzle. That puzzle's good. That's a good puzzle. You know, you could use that, like, coat check room and get, like, 2 keys and use 2 of them. And we could see what's in the wrong boxes. Probably nothing. So, we should not do that. Coat check, that's the one. Get the closet. Metal detector. Oh, it's just greater chance. It's not like an active thing. And some dice to re-roll with. I'll say another thing. I bet this game would be great with, like, a podcast or, like, a video. Ah. Nice. There's the key, which, yeah, we need to get the key from the Nook. This would be great with, like, a podcast or a video, you know? You're watching that and you're relaxing and just letting things play out. That'd be nice. There's not any, like, musical component, and so far, like, nothing here has... Music and sound has not played a huge role. All that to say, now this seems like a game that need to spend more time with. Definitely need to, like, get deep in on. This run is going very well, I think. That's bad, that's bad, that's neutral. Okay, we go neutral there. Bedroom rotates us in the right direction. I only have so much money, so if I don't have any money, what happens with the chapel? I don't have money, so the commissary isn't going to do me any good either. We have so many keys, though. It's pretty good. You cannot see floor plans while drafting in this room. Security room is pretty good, but it's in the wrong. All the doors lead into places we already been, so we want the dark room. The breaker was the last one. We turned on the thing last time. That's totally the magnifying glass. So if we could find a power room, that would be excellent. I don't want to spend any gems. So I used my corridor. That's fine. It's always left unlocked, so that's pretty good. I'm thinking observatories. Turn us in the other direction here. Pair of chests have been added to the entrance hall. We want to go get those before we end this run. Should be... Ooh, green. These are our first... Hang on, I'm just realizing there's like a color system to these rooms. I guess... Are the bedrooms are all purple. These green rooms are all green. Spread money in each green room. Wow, okay. Green moons do not cost things to draft, but it is a dead end, that one. Whereas this one, at least it makes its diamond back. Do I want to go back to the chapel and start from there? Or do I want to continue from here? I think do the terrace. Curious if, like, a room like this probably has to be on the outside, right? Then again, maybe there's, like, inside versions and outside versions. You know? And you know what? Hey, this dead end made up for its dead endiness by, like, doing a thing. Giving us a fruit. Real nice of it. Let's see what we get. Courtyard is always left unlocked. Courtyard is pretty okay. Passageway is better than the courtyard right now, because it goes up and not just in the other two. Pantry's the worst. It just immediately dead ends itself. Yeah, I'm gonna spend the gems, get us a forward door as well as a side door. Let's check the forward door first. Experimental. Okay. Experimental house features. That's very curious, and also it doesn't dead end itself. So, let's do that. I have enough keys, so I will be able to get out of the next room. So I should break her box now. And turn on the dark room, turn on the garage. Ah, and turn off the keycard business. Dark room now has camera. Okay, that was like a camera reel for us. It's a photo of him with a That's artsy. What does that say? I have no idea. These are letters we already saw. Photographs of men with letters. HS has requested another print of her ladyship, I assume, for one of the rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of an enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. What? I don't get that. Lockpick kit. That's pretty good. Not what I expected to find in the dark room. But I guess you can find anything there. Should we double back now all the way back to the entrance hall? I'm worried we won't have enough energy to go back at the very end. Let's do that. We'll try to draft some some bedrooms to get our stamina back. Later on. We also have a door of the entrance hall that we haven't used yet, and we can do that while we're here. It's a locked trunk. Oh, fuck. Is that gonna be worth it? Hang on. The key to the secret garden? That sounds pretty good. A key for a key, that sounds like a better key. Also, whole bunch of money. I'm just gonna lose that in church. Don't have enough for that. I guess the pantry and just go for a better one. Oh, and you know what? The pantry has food in it, so it gives me some energy. Have we been inside the boudoir? We haven't been inside the boudoir. I want to see what's inside the boudoir. I feel like it's worth drafting this room just to see, just to look. Christmas. That's a safe. Is the safe inside the boudoir? No, I don't see the safe. Well, it was worth checking. Maybe it would have been more worth getting a bedroom just to, like, you know, offset the cost of coming all the way back here. But whatever, it really wasn't that bad. Let's see how we can further. We used up all our keys, and that's probably really bad as well. Damn it. Bad room to enter. Oh, wait a minute. I can't, like, grind up steps here. It doesn't work like that. It's just a free room. But it's not gonna bring you out in the goal, in the clear, and also this room costs money to be in. Right. Continue forward. So, the laboratory. That's just a real periodic table, right? That looks right. Okay. I don't know what these diagrams are. I typically work over at the Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I need help. For the last 3 days, I have been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was my first success. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and how do you get any work done? Before I was arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors worked, but I must admit I was not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips would be appreciated. Yeah, are there tricks to finding the thing? Hang on. Oh, shit. Hang on a second, folks. Alright. Let me check the actual periodic table, just for comparison. And then let me, I'm gonna bring up my phone and you'll be able to see. Here's the actual periodic table. Or at least, maybe you could cut it up slightly differently than this one. I don't know. Let me look. That's the one from Wikipedia. The bottom row is cut off in a different way in the game's version, but it's basically the same, I think. You know, basically the lower row is just like it's like, you know, the stair step pattern. Technically it would continue with like this bottom row being like a lower tier than like the blue one would be, except it's just easier to illustrate it as a thing that pops out and goes under, rather than having it be in the thing, because we like square diagrams rather than overly long ones. This looks pretty much the same, right? So let's see, one is the 6th one over. Two. Puzz. 3. Push. God damn it. Google, don't be weird. Push. 5. Shit. This is the other one that's different. Give me the one that's the same. This one, yes. 5, is like 5 over and 3 down. Push, push, hang on. Get back to my blueprint notes. Push. Re-EU? What? Push re-EU. 7 is right next to the 4. It's pa. Ryu, pa. No, that's 7. That's 7. I need 4 right now. That's TH. Push Ryuth. Okay. 5. Wait, I did 5 earlier. God. Why did I do 5 earlier? That was the re. 5 was re. Why? Oh, I was confused because of the, like, because it was like the fifth letter. That's my mistake. That's how I got like but I think all these are right. Push EU. That was 4, right? 3 was EU. Oh wait. What? PU. Oh, I'm confused. Right, it was S. It was S and then H. And then 4. Is TH. Oh, I'm all the way. What the fuck is EU? Push. And then 5 was RE. All the way confused here. Okay, 6. Now 6 was EU. That's where I got EU. I jumped to 5 and then went right to 6. And then 7 is the one next to the next to 4. That'd be Pa. Push 3 up. A, where's 8? Eight would be F. Then 9 was 1, 2, 3, 4. That one, TE. 8 is FTE. 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 Push 3 up a. Up. Aft. Up at. What? Sure, it's F. Yeah. And 4 under is TE. It is TE. After. It's probably after. That's what it's going for. 10 is 1, 2, 3, 6 down. After N. There we go. This is making sense. And then up from that, I, N, E is 12. I, N, E. And there's no 13. Push the 3 up after 9. Push the 3 up after 9. Push the 3 up after 9. We have decoded a puzzle. Oh crap, this all looks like... These all could be puzzles as well. Push the 3 up after 9. What does that mean? Hey, a key card. Sick. I already turned off the key card doors because I'm foolish. I cut power to those ages ago. Damn it. What's with the keyboard? What's with the thing? Experiment. What? You are free to... Okay, do an experiment. When you draft a hallway from another... Add 3 aquariums to today's house pool. When you draft a red room, lose 5 steps, and then the next 3 times you open a locked trunk. I don't have any keys. I don't have any keys, so I don't know if I'm going to get another locked trunk, but hallway from another hallway? That's possible. I'm going to say that. And give me aquariums. Sure. I don't know what aquariums are, and I don't know the password. Push 3 up over 9. Well, that, isn't enough to solve it. I think that push 3 up after 9 is like one of perhaps a whole bunch of logical, you know, conditions. You know, you figure out a bunch of other puzzles, and that gives you enough to, turn it on. This machine. Damn it. Oh, also you need the boiler room. Okay. Well, without power, it cannot be seen. So, jot that down. It cannot be used. Okay, that was cool. Let's, see now. This door is locked. It is also the only door that we have available to us. We can use this special key that opens the secret garden. Let's try the lockpick. Okay, well, special key it is. The key does not fit. Crap, we're fucked. We're done. I'm all out of doors to try. Far as I know, there's no keys. I can't get to like a commissary or anything to buy items in. We got free green rooms, but we didn't draft the second green room, so it's all for naught. Well, I think we just call it a day. I don't think there's even much more to do here. There's nothing really to check on our way back. We already... Nor is there any room that we can save our progress in. I think that's just day 4 in the books. I thought that was a pretty good run, but... And we saw some new stuff, but like, we got screwed there on some of the key situation. I mean, I did go back and use 2 keys to unlock 2 chests. One of those... Well, we got a key that we didn't end up getting to use, the secret garden key. I was about to say one of those was totally worth it, and the other one was just money that we didn't spend. But then again, neither of them were worth it. Neither of them got me anything of value. I feel like we want to save our corridors. Similarly, let me bust these open real fast. This box is the black box, this box is the blue box. This one's telling the truth. The box that claims to be black has the gems. The blue box. Let me look. Let me think. Whatever I do, I'm blocking off the pantry. The pantry is now dead. But let's do spare room. But also, we should, one, grab the money and the fruit from the pantry. We can go above 50 steps. That's good to know. And, let's go into here and get business. This is the room with a bunch of stuff, right? Like, there's the money. There's... No, it's just money. Food for sale. We haven't been to the kitchen. This nook is good, and it opens the right way. I say storeroom here. Get all this crap. And then we proceed through the, there. And, by the way, let's have this be the last run of tonight. And we'll play some other games. I'll say I feel like, so far, I'm quite... We need to use the corridor here. I'm intrigued so far. I feel like I've only really scratched the surface of, like, what this game is. You know, I feel like I've only really engaged with this on a very basic level, right? Just trying to draft rooms effectively, trying to avoid getting a dead end, and that much is neat. There's also this whole other layer, which... Secret passage. This door, this leads to a color of your choice. That's really interesting. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do secret passage. Well, you pull the specific book that you want. You pull the specific book you want. You want a red room. You want a gold room. You want a, that probably means a store, gold sink. You want a bedroom, purple. You want a green room. You want the, hallway. Like, those are your options. Those are all the different kinds of rooms. That's fun. What exactly... Heads... What exactly are these, like, different types? I guess red is a special room. A brown is a corridor. Green is an outside room. Red is your special, I already said that. And gold has to be your stores, right? Let me see. No, what the hell is a gold room? Oh yeah, commissary. There we go. That's gold is gold. I'm thinking green. Green seems valuable. What? What the... Oh, wait. Aquarium is every color of room? Well... That's pretty good. It only has one exit right now, but it's fine because the spare room also goes to the place where it can't do. I'm curious about the aquarium. What the hell? They got a little bedroom inside there. You think that means something? You think that's a clue? That looks like a clue to me. Got a little sitting room in there. Washing machines. An office. Is this how... Y'all have aquariums? Do you all like... I guess that's a common thing. You set up little rooms for your fishies. Draw. floor plans leading north more likely. That's pretty good. What's with this special door? Oh, it's nothing. It's just a regular door. I mean, we haven't seen that many rooms that interact with, like, the color of rooms other than the greens. Like, the greens seem like they have synergy with each other. And I guess there was that condition was, like, draft a hallway from another hallway gives you a bonus. I guess there are cases where... There are clearly cases where that's a benefit. Hey, for once we have, like, our choice as far as the drawing room goes. We can... I actually like the dining room here, but I would redraw if I didn't like any of them. I'm not going to use my key right now. That's silly. What exactly is rank 9? You see room directory. What exactly are the ranks? Like, it doesn't say the ranks here. I don't get it. What exactly makes this a rank 5 dining room? Is the dining room always rank 5? It's just like the... Or is it like specific dining rooms are specific? It's a pretty good hallway. Go with the commissary. Alright, I can only afford a salt shaker. What does the salt shaker do? Whenever you eat food and gain extra bleh, gain 1 extra bleh. That's... I don't know, I'm gonna eat food. These are different this time. These drawings are different. Shit, I wrote it down last time for nothing. Courtyard is pretty good. I'm gonna go courtyard. Courtyard. This is our first time seeing courtyard? Kinda weird on the interior, but I guess, yeah, rooms can be basically everywhere. You got an item. And also, we know that all these doors are going to be unlocked, which is pretty sick. West Wing Hall. Garage has 3 keys? My god! And also a car! If we had keys... If we had car keys... Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month you and the car have been gone when your services are required. I don't care how long you've been driving for, his lordship. Your absences must be accounted for. I'll say, like, if I ever came into ownership of this manor, I would absolutely just say, like, okay, well, this is a cool manor and all, but, like, you can do better. I don't know. It'd be nice to be able to find your way to your bedroom every day without, Also, you can't stay in the manor? Like, when you live here... Ah, here they are. When you live here, what are you gonna do? Like, as far as, all that business goes. You know, are you going to, like, sleep outside still? Or are you just gonna be like, okay, well, now I stay inside, but... How do I deal with, like, the shuffling of the manor? Stop that, you know? Breaker room. You know what? We have a lot of keys right now, so I'm thinking I can afford a dead end. These are not great items. I didn't know that items could mean gems, which are you know, just currency. Frankly, a currency I spent to get in there. No doors in the thing. We can now just proceed forward with the 4 keys that we have, and you know, if these 4 doors are all locked, say if we are able to go forward, that's bad. That's okay. We need to use the passageway. If these doors are all locked, we can deal with that. We need to get a security room and do the breaker. Or get us a key card to use that door, so that's unlucky. Well, actually, there you go. There's the security room right there. Go ahead and set security level to low. And offline mode unlocked, please. Okay, we can open that door now. If we draft breaker. Two keys. Okay, we got nothing that'll let us get to that antechamber, but we know that antechamber is like weird anyway, so you know, maybe we have to approach it from multiple sides or something anyway. We have most of our things. I think let's get the observatory. And this will give us 3-star. It's pretty good. Is the number of star we have the number of like stars we find in the sky? So it'll just always go up by 1 every time we look? That might be the case. In which case, sure. Okay, hallway is pretty good. That's gotta be hallway. As soon as I entered this room, the beeper went off. What, where? Oh, a little bit of money. Hold off on that. Okay, they're both locked. Use it here. Pool. Adds locker room and sauna pump room to today's thing. The chapel. Pool's pretty... Ah, I can't afford it. Lavatory is shit. Literally. It's gotta be the chapel. Well, I could have I should have re-rolled there. I think. Re-rolling was the answer. Oh, hang on. A little bit of money. Fucking stepping off the threshold. That counts. That drained me of 1 money. These pictures are numbered. I wonder if that means anything. Does that mean anything, or is that just a God thing? Could just be a God thing. I don't know. Well, I'm pretty sure we're all out of routes. Oh, wait a minute. No, the drawing room was a locked door, wasn't it? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're all out. Can't afford nothing. I did go into the pantry and get those coins and food, right? Yeah, I did. Even if... Oh, the spare room is still open. I could... Well, let's go back and see if... What can we do? If the spare room has a breaker room connected to it, we could get through the key card room. If we could get keys, that would be helpful as well. Oh. Right, we unlocked this and then we decided to go the other way. That said, it is pretty much sealed in here. The billiard room is an option. The kitchen lets us buy food, but has a gem requirement we can't fulfill. The billiard room lets us get a thing. So far, every time we did billiard room puzzle, it has been 2 keys, right? Last time it was 2 keys. I think... Let's bet on that again and get 2 keys here. (18 minus 4 is 14. Six times 3 is 18. Oh, this is new. 20 divided by 5 is 4. It's the first time we've had division. 3. Wait. 11 minus 3, 8. Divided by 4. It's times 1 divided by 4. Wait. 8 divided by 4 is 2, right? 2. Alright. What the hell is this? Broken lever. Interesting. So now the question I have to ask is, do we have enough steps to make it back all the way to the farthest reaches of the manor? Maybe. We're gonna be pretty much down for the count, though. Another thing to ask. Can I afford to use this right now? Yes. This could be breaker room or a bedroom. That would be good. I don't have gems, so I can't use that. I could redraw. I think just giving me a 10 plus step bonus is good enough. And this is saying that there's coin bonuses. All right, that makes this easy. We have a key, and we can use it. We have 2 choices here. Here, or up there from the chapel. Well, coins, not valuable. Maybe this broken lever could be used to open the thing. I remember the thing said this doesn't count for like one of my steps, but it does count for gold just going in and out of the door. One thing mentioned that you had to use a lever originally to get into the antechamber, but it said that you didn't need to now. But what if you do actually need to? I guess it would be very lucky if the right chamber was the church, was the chapel. I think this one is right because it can give us more options, you know. Like here, we get like, whenever you enter a gymnasium, you lose 2? That's interesting. I haven't seen the gymnasium, though. It might be worth seeing it just for, you know... And honestly, there's not that much more places I can go. I should use it now. I should use it now. And there's a good chance that, like, these doors will be locked anyway. So, like, let's just take the hits and look around and see what we can find. Is I hearing my thing beep? There we go. A little bit of money. Locked door. Fuck. Yeah, doors are locked anyway. Even if we had gone from the chapel, it wouldn't have made a difference. The chapel. Wouldn't have made a difference. Wouldn't have made a difference. Have we been in a rank 9 room? Was dinner served? Let's double back to the dining room and see if we can eat. But like, what's the point? Yeah, there's kind of no points, honestly, to eating that. And getting 1 extra because I bought the salt. Putting salt on pizza? That's weird. Put salt on pizza. Alright, well, that was a good... Let's call it a day. Oh! I guess let's save and quit. I think, like I said earlier, I think that's going to be the last day that we do. It's a pretty damn neat manor navigation game so far. I'll say, so far I am intrigued, I am interested, and I am, you know, definitely figuring out new things each run, seeing new rooms each run. I don't think I've seen yet, like, the heart of the mystery that, like, people, you know, go as far as saying, like, oh man, this isn't just game of the year. This is like, you know, I don't think I've gone so far as, like, seeing what Jason Schreier was talking about on Blue Sky, saying like, oh, this is a Breath of the Wild tier game. So far, it seems like a very competent roguelike, roguelike type exploration game. You know, there was one time where we permanently got some progress, you know, we permanently unlocked the thing, but other than that, we've just been sort of making our way through the rooms and figuring out, like, okay, we can go this way, that way. Very fun, to be clear, but not yet gotten to that deeper layer. And I guess, I never was going to get to that deeper layer within the first, like, 3.5 hours of playing it. But, you know, I definitely see the drafting aspect. I feel like people were saying, like, oh, it eventually becomes like a deck builder. And I can see that. I can see how, like, yeah, you get red rooms. There are certain amounts of, like, room synergy you can get where drafting one type of green room improves all future green rooms. It seems like it's very hard to get to that, though, right now. But, like, you know, assuming that I continue to upgrade rooms, assuming that, like, I find, assuming there's, like, mysteries to unveil and, like, secrets to find, as far as, like, oh, now you can do this thing that you couldn't do before. This secret of the world is revealed. Um I'm in. I need to. Here's my final thoughts. I need to, like, get on Discord and, like, chat with people about this game and share what I've found and hear, like, oh, you found that? I haven't found that. I bet there's people who haven't figured out how the darts puzzle works. I mean, maybe, honestly, maybe it's the first thing everyone figures out because it's reasonably doable. You can trial and error your way through it, and it's obviously a puzzle. But maybe other people have found magnifying glasses and unlocked the fruit field and figured out all that junk. Maybe there's, like, a bunch of stuff in the outside parts that they've started getting to the bottom of, and we're just not there yet. I could look at different save files if I wanted. Nah, it's good. It's cool, yeah. Also interesting that, like, the number of stars is... I guess that's another thing we got in addition to, like, In addition to, like, In addition to, like, the, That's another thing we've gotten in addition to upgrading one room. We have also gotten additional stars on our observatory, which maybe is another aspect of, like, hey, you get that a sixth time, you get, like, to the last possible star formation, maybe something wild happens, maybe the game is turned on its head, maybe this is a inscription style, like, secrets amount of depth. I guess I'd say that, right? Which is, like, Inscription was a very similar kind of game where you get into it and it's just this reasonably straightforward roguelike card game. And not to spoil, but if you keep going, you find, like, oh, there's 2, 3 different, maybe 4 even different layers of, like, entirely different game built, but that's like equally well realized and sort of, like, perpendicular to the first original game that you seem to be seeing. There's, like, a whole second arc that is, like, completely different, and a whole third arc that is its own entire thing. Where, like, if like Inscription was 3 separate games that you paid for separately, it would not be unreasonable. You're kind of getting 3 for the price of 1, and that game is not talked about in the same lofty terms that Jason Schreier uses for this, which makes me wonder, like, how different is the end game stuff? How different is the second layer? Like, is there, like, literally mechanics that haven't dropped yet? Are we literally, like, going to deck build our room, like, layouts? We've seen there's 45 rooms in the game, and we've seen, like, let me just duck right back in there and have a look, actually. How many have we seen? How many are left? Is there room for, like, customizing and being like, I want this bedroom and not that bedroom? Something like that? What? How exactly does this go? How exactly does this grow? Where does the mystery, like, develop? House history is, like, all your different days. Interesting, like the image of the house changes every time. Thank you for the follow. Let me read the name. Farzaya, I don't know how to say that. Oh, thank you. Want to connect and show support. That does... Sure, you can join the Discord if you want, if you are, like, not a bot and anything weird. I appreciate the support, Ogun. Kind of a weird, like, written by machines type vibe to your statements, you know. But, hey, you know, come by the Discord if you want. Mount Holly? Or like an advertising type message, you know, I'm like, oh, I want to make something for you. That kind of message skeeves me out a little bit, you know. If you're just trying to be friendly, I understand. Hey, you know, I'm glad you like the stream. I'll say that much. It's cool how every time, like, it's a different... It sort of matches, like, what it looked like in the game. Though, also, didn't we see the clock tower from outside? Like, wait, does it look different right now? Like, the clock tower is only there... I guess only there if you expand in that direction. Okay. Like, that time it ended up really tiny, so it was not a big one. And, like, if you have things like the that's really interesting in all the ways that in which it can be combined and all that. Yeah, the clock tower is there. It looks big right now today, you know, from the outside looking in, but yeah. How many have we gotten? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, 11? No, 12, 12. 6 was in the first one. Then 16. 16. Wait. $21. We've seen about half the rooms. That's actually a lot that we haven't seen yet, actually. If you, you know, think about it. Like, half of the bedrooms, a couple more hallways, most of the green rooms, shops, we've seen only one shop. And the red rooms, we've seen half of those. Huh. So yeah, it seems like there's a lot of depth left. Seems like the shoe has not dropped yet. You know, and what I've heard is, like, as far as, like, when you start seeing those hidden layers, I've heard people say, like, yeah, about 6 hours, and we've done about 3.5. Let's say 3. I think I spent, like, half an hour trying to brute force a lock. Another 3 hours of play, which I will do off stream, as well as maybe some amount of collaboration with, like, other people online, I think will help me get the rest of the way. And yeah, I'm optimistic, but I'll say I don't see yet what makes this like a game of the year tier game. You know, I don't think I've seen anything like takes it above, say, you know, Inscription, for instance. Like an echelon above Inscription. I don't know about that. Anywho, this is not where the stream will end. I'm gonna keep going, and there's 2 games I was thinking about playing, about trying in addition to the blueprints. They're just blueprints. It's just blueprints. So, let's try some more games that are on Game Pass. I'm gonna start with let's start with Atomfall. We'll do a little Atomfall. I changed the game on Twitch. YouTube can just have it be blueprints. That's fine. I don't have a thumbnail for, like, Atomfall anyway. Atomfall! Hey, let's do it. No, this 200 is fine. I'm reading that just fine. It could be even smaller, you know. This isn't like Nuts and Bolts original launch This is pretty big text, honestly. All this seems good. How to play. I don't want to read all this. You know, survival games post, like, you know, Minecraft, and honestly, like, I'll say, like, as far as Minecraft goes, I don't like that you have to eat in Minecraft nowadays if you want to do, like, survival. You know, I liked it back in, like, 2010, you know, when it first launched and hunger wasn't a thing, and food was just, like, basically for healing and that's it. I feel like that was the best way for it to work, and, like, you know, all survival games, like, post-Minecraft sort of took, like, several additional steps. I mean, I kind of don't like survival games, so maybe I should try Brawler. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll try Brawler. Fuck it. Fuck the survival.
Windscale, the pride of Britain, nestled in the picturesque Lake District.
I feel like I'm gonna get into this. How's the volume, by the way?
Into the envy of its northern neighbors.
Test.
Scientific progress waits for no one.
You can still hear me.
Public has nothing to fear. The area will
Little hot.
Christmas at the latest. The situation is more.
Take it down a scotch.
Was at first understood.
No
Okay.
military expeditions into the area have been lost. Where did you get such an idea?
It's like a nuclear fallout zone. My suspicion is that I'll get into this and be like, oh, it's a survival game. Okay. That doesn't actually interest me none. And move along. Have I ever liked a survival game? Like in the style of like a Rust or Valheim? No! I didn't buy like Valheim or anything, or Rust, or really give them an honest try, but what I've seen of them always made me go like, that just overwhelms me with... I find them to be overwhelming. But I remember seeing this trailer and thinking it looked pretty good. I liked all its, like, Fallout-y vibes. Just tell me how to leave. Yeah, I've already spent, like, 3 hours on a puzzle game.
Quarantine zone around the Windscale atom plant. That's where it all went wrong. The only
Okay.
way to Windscale is through the interchange. There are people.
Okay, give me a card.
People.
Need money for the people.
So much blood. There should be supplies.
That sucks. Do you have an arm? I don't think he has an arm. I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'll say, look at this. Look at this. You move really slowly, side to side in 3 directions, but you run forward fast. This feels really strange. You don't really have, like, omnidirectional movements. It almost feels like my control stick is broken. Right? Like, oh, it's not registering past, like, in that direction, like, very far. That's not a great feeling. Not a great, starting point for this game. A first impression to make. Is that a common thing? I mean, I know in real life you can't walk backwards as fast as forwards, but... it seems like this guy just literally can't walk backwards, like, at all. Strafe is also pretty slow, unless you're also walking forward. It almost feels like ducking and walking backwards is faster. Yippee! There will never be a crafting system as elegant as Minecraft. You know, putting the pieces on the grid, pieces in an arrangement that makes sense. You just can't get better than that. And everyone else has just
A bandage.
not tried, you know? Just like, yeah, you got the ingredients, just hit a button and it'll charge up and there you go.
Thank you. Here's my key. It doesn't matter what else happened. Here are my notes. Now listen. If I can ever repay you for helping.
Okay, you're welcome. Goodbye.
Find anyone who has the slightest. Be on your guard up there. Everything is the same.
With a game like this, it is like Minecraft insofar as, like, if you do die, it's not like a big deal, right? It's not like a terribly big deal, correct? It's just like, oh, you respawn or go from a save or you know, from home base, whatever. Maybe you lose your crap, you know? It's like Minecraft. I've been thinking for a while, Minecraft, that was like the first one of those, right? The origin point of like survival as a genre. You know, specifically even its survival mode. That guy is threatening, but he can be like, you know, like, hey, mind your business. I'll keep my distance, you keep yours. I'm pretty sure I have to, like... Oh, that guy's... Don't worry, guy, I'm leaving. I mean, I guess that's how it works in real life. This is sort of modeling, like, if you ran into a stranger out in the wasteland, you would just walk by each other and maybe, like, okay, keep a safe distance or I'm gonna shoot you. Well, this looks cool. You can see why they led with this. This is your Breath of the Wild moment. Like, oh, you know, cool background, telephone booth. You know you're in Great Britain. And, phone's ringing. I can see it says line goes dead. Line goes dead. That doesn't make sense. This is your Breath of the Wild moments. You look around and go like, oh, that's nice. Buildings over there, those are nice as well. Phone booth, that's interesting. It was... I don't know what to make of that at all. I just know that this game looks very nice. What's like the closest I've gotten with a survival game?
How do? No, but a bit of polite converse. Listen, if you don't mind my saying. You what? Boffins all died when their atom plant went up in flames. Only outlaws and loons round here now. You poor bugger. Yeah.
It's GameStop's top of the list game right now. Wait, what? This game? Atomfall? Which game is the top of the list game? Atomfall is? GameStop. You don't mean GameSpot, you mean GameStop? They're selling this for money? It's on GamePass. A lot of people kishing it, I guess. A lot of people kishing it. I mean, kishing, by the way, is a reference to a thing that Rock Party might understand. It's a Fire Escape as a podcast on which Mary Kish has mentioned before that she has accidentally bought games that are on Game Pass, you know, included with Game Pass, and they coined the term kishing it. And it probably isn't used outside of specifically dealing with Dan Reichert and people who know Dan Reichert, but I like it as a term. And anyway, I guess survival games are very popular. I guess survival games are survival games the most popular genre that I just don't get, don't click with? I feel like basically any other genre you can think of, like JRPGs, strategy games, tactics games, Musos. Maybe I played a Muso that was okay. I thought Hyrule Warriors was fine. I didn't get very far, but I thought it was fine. I've had more exposure than like and liked more Musos, I guess, than survival games. I mean, I'll say again, original Minecraft in its original state, if that can be considered a survival game, I liked that. I enjoyed that. That's probably the closest I've gotten to survival as a genre. I guess what else is being sold right now in stores? South of Midnight. That's not multi-console. That's not on PlayStation. I guess the other factor is the obvious, like, shit's digital right now. Shit's digital. Like, you want a top game, you're gonna, you know, it's probably being bought digitally on the Switch. And Switch games are kind of annoying. They're kind of annoying to switch out, you know, ironically. And they're also usually small enough where, like, you know, I probably have like a 250, maybe 500 gig SS or micro SD in my Switch, and that's basically holds like over half of the games I've ever bought on the thing. So like digital is very easy on the Switch 1. It's gonna be a concern on the Switch 2. I've heard that they're out of stock as far as a lot of those micro SD express cards are going out of stock. And they're not that big to begin with because they haven't really been in demand before ever because no one used the format basically, and there's not readers and stuff already existing. Nintendo's kind of the first one to make a product that like uses it and has to use it because they're fast and you know, they're fast and efficient. Similar, comparable to like SSD speeds, essentially, is I believe the deal.
Now, don't. Just be careful. Which is a long list. My name's Nut. This place being off.
Okay, keep your wits about you. That's fine, that's fine.
Well,
Savages?
there's a bunch who call themselves outlaws. But if you're expecting Robin Hood...
Like, my understanding, if you want to play online games, you have to subscribe to Xbox Live, right? Or PlayStation Network. Could be PlayStation people. Oh,
if you want
PlayStation. This is on PlayStation as well, right?
Other things too. Nasty, shady, secret stuff. Them scientists.
The PlayStation probably accounts for like a lot of the sales, since like if you're gonna get Xbox Live, you might as well get Game Pass. You know, that's sort of the value proposition of Game Pass, and one of the main reasons it looks good on paper is like, well, it comes with Xbox Live Gold. You know, it's basically people paid a lot for Gold, and they'll pay a little bit more for Game Pass, maybe like double or triple. I think it's like triple now per year. Like, what's it, like 15 a month? I don't know. I try not to look too close. It's like 15, 20 per month. It's probably a lot more than Xbox Live Gold is now. Huh. The price has gone up. Farewell, buddy.
So long. What's yourself around here, aye?
I'll say 3 hours into a stream, I'm not really like jonesing for conversation. And I also want to check out South of Midnight, so like, you know, let's sort of speed run these first impressions here. I wanna find something notable, you know. This environment might be really nice to just drink in and go like, ah, it's nice. What the hell? Heart rate? Heart rates? This environment might be really nice to just like say, okay, so if by running I work up my heart rate, and if I do it for too long, I'll get a heart attack. I don't know. There's a maximum to that bar. Maybe I can do some like deep breathing exercise, bring it down faster. I mean, I'll say the obvious. It's nice of them to put in a mode for people who are a little less survival-y. You know, because really, that's just not my preference. And for once, I'll use a alternate difficulty mode because, like, yeah, no, that's just makes it a little more interesting. Stealth. There's an enemy nearby, apparently. I don't see them, though. I wish... Is there a way to get, like, a mod for the Switch version of Minecraft that makes it so that you don't have to deal with hunger? Or that hunger works like it worked in 2010? When I played Minecraft in survival mode, it was like 2010. I would like to have that experience again, but not have to, like, go out of my way to find food unless I want to heal. Like, just eating for the sake of eating? That doesn't make sense to me. In my head, you know? Looks like this game doesn't have any sort of eating system. I say, 10 minutes in. What else is out right now, I guess? I'm trespassing. The world's over. How can I be trespassing? Oh, crap. There's people. Oh, they're outlaws. Okay. They got a whole camp. Well, I should probably, not be here. It'd be fun if this was like a Far Cry situation, and it's like, oh, you know, welcome, you found an enemy camp. Go ahead, take them out one by one, and when you're all done, the boys will roll in. Fallout was good. Pretty sure there's a hunger thing you can type in. I should look that up because I would like to play it that way. You know. I saw there were cheats, but there's not like one of the options like disable hunger. But you know, I don't want it to be that like, oh, you have full hunger at all times, so you regenerate all the time. Like, no, I want to be scared of like zombies and stuff. You know, I remember a lot like those early days where it was like, oh, you know, am I still trespassing?
Let's take this. Here's what you get. What's coming? I'll find you.
Wait a minute.
A matter of time.
Hey, buddy, I don't want any. Buddy, I don't want any. What did I say? You made me trespass here. You guys are walking around where you have no jurisdiction. These guys are shooting me. I'm standing between them and their... Okay, so don't try to punch people to death when they have guns on you. That just makes sense. You know, we got that quest earlier. Could we try, like, looks like you resume from, like, a checkpoint or something. This really does look a little less survival and a little bit more like a Fallout game, actually. That just takes combat a little more seriously than, takes combat a little more seriously than your Fallouts, actually. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, in a survival game, you'd have, like, all sorts of research. Or, well, obviously you do have, like, a backpack and all this crafting stuff that's pretty survival-y. But also you revive where you were just minutes ago. I, like, track this, or how does this work? There we go. Wait, no, I turned it off. I'm confused, but whatever. This is a little bit confusing menu. Track lead. Okay, there we go. Extra track. There's a secret facility somewhere in this zone. In the zone. So this is like an open zone game. Like Outer Worlds and Avowed. Oh, by the way, you know, I'll say I did some Avowed yesterday. I'll say, like, I've been meaning to get back to that game and finish it. I'm, like, real near the end. And I got back for the first time in a couple weeks. Spent, you know, most of last night plugging away, doing the side quests in the last area. That game's really good. That game has some really fun combat, and like a quest system that has just enough stuff to like occupy you for an afternoon, for like an evening, and then after you've done that, it's like, okay, well, I can do one more evening, most of, and then do the main quest, and then I'm done with the area. You know, that's about perfect for the amount of time to spend in a zone, I think. Like 2 play sessions. That's 2, maybe 3. That's ideal, I think. There's that guy again. Only thing is, like, I've been like busy, and I'll say like Xbox games, you know, it's always a matter of like switching to it, you know. You have to switch to the I got a glass bottle. You have to switch to the Xbox, you have to turn it on. You can't as easily watch television off the computer as I do. You can't as easily watch television at the same time. Whereas like the Switch and the Switch 2, you pop that out, you're watching your YouTube at the same time as your other crap. You know, as you're playing your Mario or whatever, you know. All sorts of games you could do on the Switch. And I hope that with the Switch 2, you know, I'm so glad with the Switch 2, they're expanding the range of games, you know, like games like this, games like Blueprints can easily be on Switch 2, you know, in the future. And I bet Blueprints would be excellent to play portably. I bet a game like this would be probably best played portably, so that you could just, like, you know, put on a television show, watch something while you're, like, exploring around. I say that, maybe that's, like, verboten. Maybe, you know, I know some people take games like this and games like, Royale games very seriously, where it's like, okay, there's basically no music, so you can hear it when someone's walking around you. And I'm just sitting there going like, okay, mutes, put on a podcast, let's go. No music, no audio, no nothing. That's, that doesn't do it for me. It says piss off. That's funny. I guess that's a good, like, warning that, like, hey, dude, traps? Watch out for traps. This game, there's a trap system. I will, Rock Party. You're gonna want to watch out for traps. Don't be all blasé and forget that they're there.
That's right.
I'm not sure if I can fight these guys, but let's try.
What the?
That guy has a knife. There's a guy with a gun. I'm out of here. The guy shot me. Okay, we pissed off. There you go, friends. I'm out of here. I like to be able to sprint.
Wait.
Oop. Hey, oh.
Nice and slow now. Let's have no trouble. I'm sure it came from this way.
Oh, that guy sees me.
Let's just calm down.
There's like audio simulation here where like if you're hearing a guy through a door.
Let's have no trouble. Don't you go asking for trouble or you'll get it.
I can't sneak up on these guys. These guys are looking in my direction. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a trap?
Don't be daft. Nobody wants trouble.
I think they figured out that I might be over here from the huge explosion. I seem to be fine though. Again, traps. There's traps. Watch out. I'm surprised that didn't kill me.
Don't go asking for trouble or you'll get it.
This is not a good place to engage in stealth. It's bright outside, and you can just see me.
Steady now. Let's not have a party.
So far, this is a very pretty game that you can run around and be scared in. Because, like, everyone's got your number. Essentially, like, nah, they already figured out, like, you know, they already found guns and clubs and things of that nature. They got it on lockdown here. Let's go that way. I'll say I do want to try out South of Midnight before too late, so maybe let's restrict the amount of, like, faffing about we can do. Like, if I could get a gun and try firing it, or I'll take a melee weapon, honestly. There's like a heavy punch and a less heavy punch. Let's see if I can take out someone and get their gun or something, or find a gun, or, you know, maybe this direction will be a good one for us. And then we'll check out South of Midnight. And I'll say there's kind of a lot of Game Pass games that I haven't played, and I've gotten a lot of them downloaded to my Xbox. Eventually, I should do more of a, you know, less of just like, okay, let's try one hot new game and like 2 other relatively hot, relatively new games. And just do a stream where it's like, let's try 24. Let's try a dozen different little piddly little games that no one's ever heard of. Rather than, like, you know, top of the charts numbers like this. And I think people are saying good things about South of Midnight. South of Midnight also getting some good press out there in the world. I would like this tank. I would like a tank. Unexplored bunker, sure. Let's go inside unexplored bunker. Bunker L7. Hey, we found, I was about to say a weapon, but we also found a torch, which, you know what? That's also handy. Thanks, game, for auto equipping. Rock Party says, I think you'll like South of Midnight better than this. Yeah, like I said, where's my axe? I thought I got an axe! Did I not get an axe? Come on, I thought I got an axe. I totally remember. Did we get an axe? Let's look. Did we get an axe? Yes, no. Hatchet! Where'd the hatchet go? You saw that? Hatchet. I'll roll it back. Hatchet! Hatchet, hatchet, hatchet. Where's my hatchet? Look at that. Hatchet, right there. Where's my fucking hatchet? Is it a quest? Is it a key item? No. Is it a collectible? No. Is it on the map? Why would... No. Is it a crafting ingredient? Do I have to take that hatchet and combine it with a stick to make a hatchet? I don't know. Whatever. I don't understand. Games like this, I just feel like there's so much I don't understand. And, like, look, I'll say, like, I just don't have it in me to, like, read all that stuff and try to understand it. You know, like, there's a certain amount of text I see where I just sort of blaze over and just go, like, okay. I gloss over, you know, and just go, like, okay, I'm just gonna try wing it, okay? Okay. Explain it to me in a way that I don't, like, I found gunpowder. Explain it to me in a way that doesn't, like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this game is trying. It's been popping tutorial messages, and there are the message. Not every game is for everyone, you know? What the fuck? Not every genre people are compatible with. Hey, buddy. You're one of those zombie men. Okay, I tried punching him to death. That didn't work. Also, it seems like I can't do some of my attacks while I hold the torch. Unclear. It's pretty generous about the saves. Let's try... Oh, hey! A revolver. Excellent. Okay. Great. Let's shoot this guy. And then we'll switch to South of Midnight, I think. Let's look around this place, and that'll be it. You know, I'll say, like, what I've experienced. God damn it, these aren't the bullets! Not the right fucking bullets, god damn it. Well, I can stash my gun, but I don't want to do that. Can I craft bullets? I only have the recipe for bandages. I can pistol whip. Just check around real fast, make extra sure there's not like some bullets. That's T. Nothing. Okay, let's fight the guy with pistol whip strategy. Let's try sneaking up. Okay, stealth doesn't work. Don't duck down. You really can't take that many hits, huh? Even in like brawler mode. Well, I wish I could have shot a gun. That's my little wish there. I feel like I was screwing up trying to like duck and weave and stuff. Really wish Xbox would not just randomly show. I'll say a thing that's fun about the Xbox. The Xbox sometimes, when I started it up once, was once like, hey, is this your email address? Can you double check, make sure this is your email address? And just showed the email address of me on screen. I just went like, Microsoft, please. Please, Microsoft. You know that some people occasionally have their Xboxes on stream, right? You know this. Have a setting where you can just like, you know, have some OPSEC going on. You know, not that it's a secret or nothing. I've shown my name before. It's been on screen. It's, unavoidable and all. Let's try South of Midnight. Atomfall seems alright. It also seems very not for me. If I were to give it a score, it's hard for me to say because it's just not my jam. I had a bit of fun. Like, there were some funny moments in there. It's either a 3 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5 for me. It's just really not my jam. It seems alright, which is why I say 3, but, like, I bet if you're, like, into it, it could be a 5, you know? What the fuck? Audio. How's the audio? Let me hear self. Test. He's fine. Fine, right? This is really stylized. It really looks like claymation. I'll take it down a couple scotches, but I think we're good. Okay. It's hard to talk while hearing myself. So, that's why I was, like, starting and stopping there. Usually don't hear myself, so it's hard to judge. But when I need to calibrate, that's just the best way. I feel like I didn't realize how incredible this would look. Like, does the gameplay look like this, or is it just cutscenes? By the way, should I hit start and just get into it, or is it... Okay, no, this is just the opening cutscene. You know, games have opening cutscenes sometimes. You know, before the start menu. Right? Okay, let's go through the stuff. English subtitles on. Yeah. It's all fine. Dynamic range. Sure. I'm using headphones, but I you know, let's just keep it on the default for the sake of the stream. I don't usually, like, think that much about sound settings, regardless of what I'm using at the time. Logo. For me, that's like, here. I would say here. I wonder if eventually... One thing I'll say right now is that HDR is something that I have never used since I got... I mean, I don't know if I used it like when I first got this TV, if that was before I was a streamer, but since I do stream, HDR is a problem for that because it doesn't capture. I wonder if eventually it will capture, and it'll be silly not to show it, you know? Not to have, like, the HDR'd up version. If someone streams with HDR... Have we gotten to the point where people can stream with HDR? I'm not sure we've gotten to that point yet, but maybe in the next 5-10 years they'll figure that out, and it'll just be standard. And I can start enjoying games with HDR in my off time. The Switch 2 has HDR, right? I'm gonna have to disable that. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt more than doing it on the Xbox did. Because that's like my main console, and, you know, the thought of playing Donkey Kong and it not looking as good as it could do, that is a sad thought, but what are you gonna do? I capture it too. I capture my Switch too often. Balanced. Let's go. Prologue.
Down in the deep south, folks spin tales about the grand tapestry, an invisible weave holding our world together. They say the grand tapestry is torn by folks.
Tapestry.
And these damaged threads give rise to the evil spirits called haints. But every good while, a mighty storm brews, awakening a powerful force. A weaver, gifted with the power to reach into the past and mend folks' deep wounds. With enchanted hooks in hands, this weaver can banish haints and reweave the tapestry's thread, restoring the land so life can bloom again, fresh and new.
I think that's cool. So it's a magic power based around weaving. That's been a thing a couple times.
The last weaver?
Isn't that...
Long ago.
Was that part of the Double Fine adventure game? What was the adventure game called? Two places, two worlds.
Our tale begins deep in the heart of Chickasaw County, in a speck of a town called Prospect.
You know, there's the sci-fi side and the fantasy side. What was that game called? It's been too long.
That evening,
I mean, I say that.
Driving home through a storm that seemed hell-bent on drowning the whole South.
I do think that game is pretty mid as far as like Double Fine games go. Mostly because, you know, adventure game. Adventure game logic. Adventure game puzzles. But really cool setting and writing. As is kind of standard for Double Fine.
Man, I miss singing on the bus with these guys. Wish we had another me. Another medal, too. We was fast as hell.
This is really fantastic looking.
Probably got sucked into work again. Typical. I shouldn't be doing all this packing by myself. But here I am. All right.
Style.
What's coming with me?
Pretty extraordinary.
And there goes the flash flood warnings. Like clockwork.
Again, it is past midnight. We should,
That was the day
like, you know,
me after getting off that wacky world. Almost
get this done like say within an hour or so. I could go a little later than 1, but like that's you know, pushing it.
This thing instead. I know he's weird looking.
I will say I am a little sick, so a little bit of more sleep would be good, I think, for me. For like you know, health reasons or whatever. Still a little sick. Throat feels crappy.
She'll never explain why she and Grandma Bunny got bad blood.
I should be listening to what she's saying.
For real.
She's got a pack.
Whew. It is really picking up out there. You ready to go?
I was over here all alone.
I'm sorry, I know.
My understanding, I think this game has a frame rate similar to like stop motion. And that's like part of the look, right? It's a little bit lower than you typically see in a AAA game. But it's like intentional.
Did you pack everything?
Sort of like
This ain't my
Spider-Verse.
I know what to do.
As long as you didn't forget the
flashlights and batteries. You had the blankets?
Yes, because I have my
hurricane checklist.
Which you know, stylish thing to do. I do.
Come on, Mama. We don't have room for my track shoes.
You know how expensive those things
Spider-Verse, that's coming out next year.
And pack them light.
After like a 5-year hiatus.
I said, and pack them light.
I haven't talked about that on stream. Maybe I should. But like, you're not allowed. Movie studios, you're not allowed to do 2-part movies anymore. You ended up delaying like half of the ones you tried like 5 years. Come on.
I called Hurricane Lulu and she
1-part movies.
Mama,
Avengers got a buy because it was the next year. And also they clearly signposted that they were doing it.
And now we got
We're all done with that, right? We're all done with walking into movies and being like, hey, welcome, part 1, let's go. Oh, part 1?
Speak on it.
I said
that's done, right?
If you didn't waste all that time at the shelter.
I should be paying attention.
That's not what I
I'm
mean.
tired.
It's just
a little bit tired.
You left me to prep for a hurricane by myself.
Oh, I thought you was grown.
What if we called up Bunny and go over there? You know,
I want to jump and like do an air dash.
You want to bring this up right now?
I want to jump and do an air dash. That's what I want to do tonight.
We are going to Jolene's church with everybody else, like we always do.
Whatever.
And don't roll your eyes at me.
I'll say.
I wasn't even looking at you.
I was also looking at picking up Assassin's Creed maybe. After they clap back pretty hard at like some right-wing jokers. That amused me greatly. Didn't pick it up yet. I don't know.
Just please go over to Bo's.
I do think with the blueprints and
I
do think maybe the blueprints might be a game that would be good so far, like a couple runs a night, right? So maybe I can finish Avowed and then do some shadows
great-grandmother made
whilst
this.
juggling blueprints and maybe this game
I
as
shouldn't
well.
have to tell you something is important for you not to break it.
Well, maybe if you did, you still have a coffee mug.
This world existed before I brought you into it, Hazel Flood. Remember that next time you go around thinking you know everything.
Cutscenes are long, aren't they? I
Hazel,
don't know.
everything I do for you.
Whatever.
Cutscenes are hard, aren't they? Because you do have to sort of get the player's attention like 2 seconds in, you know? You have to basically be as good as like a Last of Us, or else there's a good chance your player might drift away and go like, huh? Oh, you're talking about your friend Hazel? I don't know your friend Hazel. It doesn't seem important. Tell me when you're getting magical powers, okay? Thank you.
But when those damn dogs are always up to something. It's too late to board up our windows, too. The Joneses really are one step ahead.
Hey, I'm jumping around. Again, this game looks great. I've heard good things. I've heard people say it's great. Heard people say it's a good, solid.
Can't go this way.
I mean, from what I've heard, it sounds like a 4 out of 5. Is kind of what I've heard. Like, really good. Maybe not like best of all time grade or nothing. Maybe not like top 10 of the year or whatever, but like worth a play. And it's on Game Pass, so.
I came here to check on you, but it looks like you're riding this storm out in style.
Oh, yeah. Me and the pups are having a hurricane party. Yep, ain't no storm got me yet. And if things go south, I got my boat. You sure you don't want some punch?
I've gotta go check on Mrs. Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
That guy seems cool.
My dog's pooping on her grass. My dogs are gentle. Yes, you are.
I like that dog.
Make sure Miss Pearl
I like any dog. I don't have high standards as far as dogs go. At work the other day, I'll say without like you know, giving a I don't talk about the job that often, but they had like it's like a campus, you know, it's like a whole big company thing. I won't go into detail or specifics, but like they had like a thing you could go down to and pet some dogs for a bit, and that was nice to pet some dogs and you know, see them get friendly with you, you know.
You know I can't say no to your cooking.
Dogs are good. I want to have a dog of my own someday. I do wonder how hard that is, like living alone.
The shelter and left me all alone.
But like, I don't know.
She does enjoy her work.
Some people do it. Some people have
She's all over the place all the time.
houses, dogs without, you know, roommates, significant others, all that.
Just wants everyone to be okay all the time, you know?
Yeah, I know. You need some help in there?
Thanks, hon. I'm almost done.
I also know another thing that some people do is they like, you know, they like rent out rooms or something. And be like, okay, you pay this much a month for room and board and all that.
Mama never so much as talks about her.
And then you could have like a roommate who pays you.
Ever look in on you?
No.
In like your house situation, and then maybe, hey, you know, they can watch the dog or whatever. I don't know, that seems like a whole pain in the ass. I'd rather just have a house all to myself.
Oh, Jesus.
Unless it was the right person, I don't know. Oh fuck. There's like a whole situation happening. Oh, that's fucked up. She's like sailing down the river. This I don't know if this is something that ever happened in the season of The Simpsons that I saw, but it kind of just reminds me of like a thing that could happen on The Simpsons. Just like, no, actually there was that. How's the audio? Seems like the audio got a little louder. Let me hear self real fast. Test. That's fine. Absolutely fine.
Hold on! Mama!
Hazel! Not
What?
What just happened? How did I get back to the shore?
Yeah, I got it. She lives in a video game is why. Oh man, it'd be funny if it was just... If someone was just like, let me tell you the truth of this world, we're in a video game. That's totally like the kind of thing. God, imagine if they made a Minecraft the movie, the game. That'd be the kind of thing that would be in that. Or the kind of humor I bet that explores. I don't know, I'm never gonna see it. God, I have a nephew. When he's like of the age of seeing things, I wouldn't be surprised if... Christ. You know, if ever I'm hanging around him or babysitting or like, you know, family type events, once he's like the age of reason, of like speaking and stuff, I want to see that movie.
What is it? Bunny. She's gotta help me.
I feel like I'm getting way too distracted. Unable to focus on this lovely game. Which is, you know, just trying to put some like, some good old fashioned like, you know, cinematic storytelling, you know. Just trying to do its best like Uncharted type stuff, you know. I don't know. But I was trying to hit left and right. It wasn't doing anything for a second there.
She's always fine during storms.
Hey, do some Uncharted.
If I can get to her place, she can get help from Mama.
This seems like a... What the hell is that? We gotta wait until gameplay. This is the prologue.
I must be seeing things.
I mean, you could say like, well, with Atomfall, was not the part of Atomfall you were playing just the prologue? You know, surely once you get a gun, that can be considered like the game has started for real. And I'd say like, I don't know, dude. It's 1 a.m. You know. We're just lucky I decided to just focus on these three and not just go like, okay, let's play something else. Let's play, I don't know what other games are in the list, honestly, at this point. I will say that, like, those games are going off GamePass all the time. I do have to remove a good number, like, oftentimes when I'm looking like, oh crap, that's not on GamePass. That's not on GamePass. That's not on GamePass anymore. You know, I should be saying stuff like, oh wow, this is really technically impressive. The music is really going hard. But I just want to, like, swing a weapon and stuff and hit stuff. My impressions, just like from the outside looking in, seeing trailers and stuff, is that this is something like a Infamous, maybe? Something like an Infamous, perhaps? And I feel like Infamous really
Headed to your old place. Got no other option.
is less about, like, plot than, say, you know, the fun of using all the abilities and chaining them together. And, like, having a big, wide power sets. You know, zooming across electric lines, hovering, shooting like 8 different kinds of projectile, doing the icicle jump thing. You know, all the different mobility options that Connor from from infamous Second Son has. This might be more of like, oh no, you get a dash and that's your movement, you know, that's all you get, you know. And it's more about like story.
Oh, they'll help me.
Story-wise, it kind of reminds me a bit of like the latest 2 Spider-Man games, which I'll say what the hell? A little confused about what's going on here, but okay. I wasn't as big a fan of the Spider-Man games than I feel like most people. Maybe just because, like, I don't know, I have a little less patience for the smolts in like video game narrative form. Like, you gotta be as good as I feel like if you're gonna demand my time to tell a story, it's like, you better have a Last of Us tier story for it to tell. You know, you better be like Uncharted, charming as a motherfucker, you know. You gotta be coming in swinging if you want me to pay attention. You know, at minimum, Ezio Auditore, De Firenze, Brotherhood or 2.
Is that Hazel? You've gotten taller. What brought you sopping wet to my doorstep this evening?
Rain.
But she just... Nonsense, Lily. That's my only grandchild down there. What can we do for you?
Shelter.
I swept downstream with Mama in it, and I...
Swept down in the river in that tin can of a home?
I tried to catch her, but I couldn't.
There's some clear issues here with her being very wealthy and not...
I saw the lights on here, and I
like, you know...
And we will. In the morning.
Presumably, her dad was her... Her dad was her son, you know, biracial and all.
Mind your tone, please.
You don't understand.
Then again, maybe her husband was, you know,
seeing these things, these strands.
You know, maybe like the maybe.
I'm scared.
I suspect my what I picked up.
Yeah.
Oh.
There is something.
I think Granny might be cool. Might know what's up.
Lily. Yes, ma'am? Clearly my granddaughter is not in her right mind right now.
Dang it!
Afraid for her mother and all. Ready a guest room.
Yes, ma'am.
Or she might be like being like, hey. Listen, don't mention strands
Come sit down for
around people who don't know what's up.
I'll take care of this.
Where am I? A dream. What a strange dream.
Yeah, the frame rate is intentionally low. Stylistically low.
Saying my name? They're saying my name.
You know, I mentioned Spider-Man. You know what's something I can't kind of stand in, like, story-based games as far as, like, come on, dude. Dream sequences. Like, this isn't even happening. Show me the inner turmoil somehow else, rather than just like walking around in a void being like, hey, there's a guy, there's a house, this isn't real, none of this matters. Well, maybe it does. I don't know though, it's just a bunch of stuff. It looks nice. Hey, it looks nice. I don't care. The whole game looks nice. You can't get me that way. If there's gameplay, that's one thing. Like, oh, gameplay in my dream sequence, that improves it somewhat, but like, I don't know, man. Pet peeve of mine. Pet peeve of mine. I feel like on some level, like, the Scarecrow scene in the Arkham games convinced everyone it would be cool and that they should all do it. And, like, I kind of think that that was a one-off. I kind of think that was a one-off. You gotta, like, not everyone is Arkham, you know?
The trailer.
Also in Batman Begins the movie as well. Probably also gave people the idea that that was a good idea. It's only a good idea sometimes.
Bunny! Lily! We gotta find Mama! Hey, open the door! It's my only option, I guess.
Yeah,
The stranger's
please.
Still here. Maybe it wasn't a dream. The strands, that stuff.
I do feel like, on some level,
What's happening?
that like Assassin's, like Uncharted style traversal, like doing this exact thing,
Grandma.
is a little passe right now. You know, just like, yeah,
All right, how do I get out of here?
figure out a different kind of traversal that falls more like dashing around or something, whereas it's just like crawling on walls, I think.
What the hell does that mean?
But again, I think we're gonna
Can
get
bunnies
that,
see
so
strands too?
whatever. I guess I say that, and I also say, like, I'd like to play the new Assassin's Creed. I guess I should ask myself, what am I going to do in the new Assassin's Creed? Climb around on buildings. And stab people!
Lock all the doors in here?
You don't stab people in this game so far. Stabbing people in a video game, pretty cool.
Those voices are getting louder. There's something up here.
I mean, it's nice that it gives you an objective thing, because then you don't get lost. Waypoints are good. It's a good thing to have. All right. Christ, it's been so long since the prologue. I forgot that, like, that's the concept, that there's such a thing as a weaver or a thread whisperer stitcher who can stitch and unstitch the threads of reality. Apparently we fucked up by just like playing with the reality.
I feel like I'm going insane.
Now that it's gameplay, though, we can actually, like, sort it up. We got weapons. That's pretty nice. Magic objects, patterns, readables, storybook.
Whoa, that's not possible. Foot's fine too. The hooks are reacting to that thing in the middle. Bunny called it stigma.
Who did?
Do they know what to do?
Who called it stigma? What are you talking about? I mean, I've been like not paying full attention, but I'm pretty sure like no one else was involved in any of the supernatural stuff so far. You have the gift. You must now go on an adventure. Bye, Grandma.
I never did.
Real tension going on there. I see that.
And I'm gonna find my mama on my
I think we might be... Are we still in the prologue? What's the deal? Is this like chapter 1?
Hazel got no help from her strange grandma. Truth was, she was glad to leave the flood mansion behind. Used to handling things on her own, she set off downriver to find her house and rescue her ma herself. There, magic called to her. A magic she'd felt in her bone, but she had never seen before. And something dark.
This is what just happened.
That old house had hid all manners of odious secrets over the years.
About to say, it's kind of weird if it's just like telling me what happened after
Hazel
that.
set off to find them all through the hurricane-ravaged land. But her path would lead her to a place haunted by whispers from days of yore.
Alright, I guess that was chapter 1. And now we're in chapter 2. Other voices, other looms. It is 40 past 12. That's not what I say. 12:40. It's 12:40 a.m. It's getting late. But the gameplay is basically just started, so let's push a little further. I'll say I do have other games installed, you know. If I wasn't if I was a madman, we could look at, I don't know, any of these. I don't know if any of these are cool or whatever. Wait, no, that's not right. The groups. GamePass games to try. Okay. We could look at Star Truckers. We could look at Blizzard Arcades. I bet Lonely Mountain Snow Riders is pretty nice. I bet we could look at Lonely Mountain Snow Riders in like a couple minutes. Lonely Mountains Bicyclists was pretty cool. We'll do a quick bonus after this. You know what? I feel like I can look at that in like 10-15 minutes tops. After we do a little bit more of that. Let's do Lonely Mountain Snowboarding. I bet that's really cool. I bet it's also not going to start us out with like 30 minutes of story that, I don't know, maybe I'm not in the right headspace for, or you know, maybe just it is a little overlong. I don't know, like story-based games, gotta be careful, because not careful, you gotta be good, I guess. You gotta be like charming as all hell. I mean, I guess I do watch a lot of anime, and honestly, I watch a lot of anime that is not super duper duper charming. A lot of anime that's pretty mid, honestly. Or I end up being like a little bit passive on, but you know, I've gotten pretty good at like being able to play a video game whilst reading subtitles over the last like 10 years of watching anime, 8 years of watching anime. It's been a while since I've been watching oodles and oodles of anime every season. You know, at the very least, I can just pull out Paper Mario and be like, yep, I'm going through the game. And this is so mechanically rote, it's just satisfying. And, you know, yes, I'll enjoy the plot as well at the same time. And I'll, you know, this is fine. This is good. Or it's just like me sitting watching a cutscene. I just get bored. You know, you have to be like S tier. You gotta be like A tier at least to get me to like put down my crap and get me pay full attention. And like, you know, not every game story is. I have the thread. Oh, click in the stick? Okay, click in the stick. Waypoints, remember. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Jedi Fallen Order a little bit, insofar as like, yeah, that also had the uncharted climbing, and also I feel like, you know, like, feel like I've had enough of uncharted climbing. Thank you very much. Actually, you know, I feel like its time has passed. You know, cameo climbing, elements of power climbing with Chilla. I could go for more of that. Breath of the Wild climbing, sure, fuck yeah, that's fun. That's like you know, there's like risk reward and stuff. Jusant, that's okay. Little too simmy of a climbing system, but Uncharted, it's past its prime. I mean, I also think a big part of that is that Uncharted was like doing interesting things with the climbing while you were climbing. You know, you were climbing on stuff and it was like collapsing below you, you know, beneath you in like cinematic ways. And you know, when someone else does it, and it's just like, okay, wall run across this, climb on this thing, jump, 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 climb, climb, climb. It's just like, okay, buddy, did you miss the part where Uncharted like had quick time events and other things that were unexpected? Like, Uncharted wasn't just this. Uncharted like had a modicum of like excitement added into the mix, you know, had like a little bit of like salt and seasoning in addition to just like climb, 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 jump, 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 climb, 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 jump, jump, jump. I guess Assassin's Creed is more the relevant example of like a game that was just climb, 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 jump, 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 but also even it moved past it like 10 years ago. More than that even. It was tired around the time of Revelations, honestly.
This better work.
Hey, we're in combat. This is a whole combat system. We can charge up a big attack, and that does like an AoE. We can dodge. Oh, hey, there's the dash. Good. And we can unravel. I mean, I'll say this is a very interesting, there's some interesting, like, unique stuff here. The charge attack, the way that works, that's pretty neat. As is, like, doing a finisher to enemies using a Y.
More of you?
Ugh. Oh. Unravel. Unstoppable attack. Heal. Lock on. Okay. The charge attack seems pretty slow and doesn't do that much damage, really.
Fighting comic book monsters now.
You know, I never did play a lot of the best character action games from way back when. You know, like, I mean, I said before, I never had a PlayStation 2, so never played most of the God of Wars. You know, up until, like, the reboot series. A lot of the other most famous character action games were on there. What's, like, my most experience with, like, character action? Which this is kind of looking more like a character action game. Never played the Devil May Cry's. Never played a lot of them. I played what have I played as far as character action goes? This.
Seems to be
Trying to
coming
think.
from down there.
I played the God of War reboots. Those are different. Those are prestige games. Kind of a whole different bucket of worms. I have been thinking, let me say, I have been thinking about getting like one of those quote-unquote magic PlayStation 2s that has like a whole, you know, a magic PlayStation 2 that can launch any game that you want, including ones that I never picked up back in the day. That sounds like a really interesting thing to like, you know, catch up on. And hell, I could see like that being a direction forward for the channel. You know, like instead of maybe doing as many like Game Pass type streams, or hell, instead of like replaying old games that I played like 20 years ago that I love deeply, what if instead I played just like, hey, here's me playing God of War #1 for the first time. Sly Cooper, whatever, you know. Tons of PlayStation 2 games. And with that retro tink that's on the way, they would look really good. And I'm kind of thinking now that I ordered the retro tink, like, oh god damn it. I've already played all the GameCube games I want to play right now. And a lot of the other ones are going to be on Switch or Switch 2 and that just sort of takes them off the table as well.
Put it down. Keep those hands to yourself.
Got this great retro tink coming, and like Star Fox Adventures is the only thing it's going to be like used on in the near future.
They won't stop looking for
unless Magic PlayStation 2.
Maybe scared, but this ain't my first time doing this. If you trust and listen, you will be free. You and your little one. Now come on.
People like first time experiences more than, you know, me getting in here and being like, okay, it's a game I love. Let's play it.
We got a long
you know,
journey ahead.
Would people enjoy me playing RE2 more than, you know, oh, here's Mario Galaxy. I love Mario Galaxy. You know, maybe that's a bad example. Mario Galaxy rules. And everyone loves seeing it.
But I can't stop now. Those ghosts are my best chance to get
I'll say, I am definitely one of those people who is sitting there saying like, Mario Galaxy is great, but Mario Sunshine, that's you know, before Odyssey, Galaxy or Sunshine was my favorite of the 3D platformers. Let me say, I've been rewatching Giant Bomb's old Steal My Sunshine feature, and boy, they struggled with. I'll say, Steal My Sunshine is fantastic, and everyone should watch it. It's all-time great old Giant Bomb content from around 10 years ago, 8 years ago maybe. Not sure exactly, but it's right up there as far as some of the best like long-form content you can get on like YouTube, I'll say. I played you know what for character action might be like the most character action I've done is Darksiders 2. That's very much a character action game, right? Oh, maybe it's more of a Diablo. I think it's like a character action game, and I loved Darksiders 2. Darksiders 2 I thought was fantastic.
That's helpful.
That was like orders of magnitude better than Darksiders 1. Those two, you know, I've said before I would love to do a playthrough of Darksiders 2 on stream, and I feel like
what's this?
Partially just because I feel like people don't think that much about Darksiders 2, and they should think about it more. But also, what if I did Darksiders 1 first? Darksiders 1 is a pretty interesting game as well. Let's go a little farther. We'll see what's up here. The
always hated this place.
Mobility dash, the dash move doesn't really impress me that much so far. Was it bigger in the trailers? I feel like it was bigger in the trailers. Less of a like dodge and more of just like a mobility tool, you know. That's what I like in games. Good mobility.
Where'd they go?
Like right now, it's not an air dash. I feel like in time, it's probably going to be an air dash.
There's that sound again. And it's loud where they went in.
Let's find a way into this house and maybe call it there. I'll say I'm not really feeling this one either. Sad to say. I do think this is more my alley than like more something I could play all of versus like you know, the survival game of Atomfall, where it's just like, yeah, no, there's just a basic compatibility, but also I'm not really like
to those ghosts?
I'm not really like glomming on here. Though I do think it looks great. It's great to look at. The style is amazing. The art is exceptional. They've done a fantastic job on it in many respects. But like, I don't know. Should I play Devil May Cry? I've been seeing Teen Kayla, another streamer, Dan Reichert's sister. I've been seeing her play Devil May Cry. I don't know if I should play Devil May Cry. Never played any of those. There's a lot of games I should play, probably, and a lot of them are on PlayStation 2. That's definitely a thought I have. I wish that when I had a PlayStation 3, it could have been a backwards compatible one. You know, I got in like halfway through the generation. You know, like I was a teenager back then, you know, in that generation. You couldn't just get an Xbox, a Wii, and a PlayStation 3. No, you have to wait until your sister gets a PlayStation 3. I think she was working part-time at the time, you know. She got a job before I did. I was just, you know, unemployed until internship, middle of college. And, you know, I definitely applied at a Target or two, but never got a call back. Maybe back then it was just sort of the thing of like, yeah, no, even for part-time work, even then you had to apply to a million places. You couldn't just go to Target and be like, I don't know, yeah, sure, put my name in the hat. I don't know. I don't regret never having worked retail or food services or anything of the sort. It's not a regret I have. I am perfectly fine having worked only posh jobs in my life. No, if we are not counting streamer, which is I don't know if I would call streaming posh. I would call it a hobby, is what I would call streaming. And also, you know, like, I wouldn't call that a job necessarily. You know, just basic engineering ass job. Right, I can use waypoints. Waypoints will tell me where to go.
Of all the homes to wash away, had to be ours. Okay, keep it together. No looking back. Just gotta clear the next hurdle in front of me.
What do you mean? I thought we're going into this house. That's why I jumped over, because you said that. Doesn't make sense as a thing to say.
Whole family's forced to make do with so damn little.
Yeah, it's like they live in Fallout or something. This is wacky. Is this really how, like, swamp living is? Like, hillbilly life, you know, that sort of thing? It seems like comically impoverished, you know? These houses seem like, you know, Cletus could afford them, you know, from Simpsons. You know what I mean? I mean, I say these are impoverished. This is desolate. This is like not habitable. I'd be surprised if people still lived here, actually. You learned your first spell. Can make objects, and I can, like, tie up enemies.
It's like
okay.
snatching something out of the past.
Yeah, I guess. It's a little bit like, actually, that is very cool. It's a little bit like, Bioshock Infinite. Except, faster. It's faster. That's pretty good. Faster is good.
Goosebumps.
Try it in combat now. So far, I'll say, by the way, I don't know if you can tell, I'm not terribly impressed by this combat, you know? Not like, I don't know, it's not like, Nier. I was gonna say earlier, Nier is a little bit like that. Nier has some, like, character action in it. Nier Automata, phenomenal game. If I had to name, like, the best character action game I think I've experienced, if Nier Automata counts, it's Nier Automata. And a lot of that is the fact that it has, like, fantastic story, incredible music, immaculate vibes. Hey, more moves. Push.
That should prove useful.
Get some.
How do I get over there?
I can push stuff. And, like, you know, some stuff that just, catches your attention, even if, like, you were, like, you know... I can't imagine someone playing Nier Automata and just being blasé about it, you know, not being, like, sold when they run into a clearing of, like, you know that scene. And going, like, what the fuck is going on here? I guess I say also because I was just listening to, like, I was just, like I said, I was watching an old VOD of, some old, from, like, 8 years ago, people playing Mario Sunshine, and they did mention, like, oh yeah, Nier Automata, that's an amazing scene. I guess it had to be after that, yeah, was it like 2017, 2018? Steal My Sunshine, pretty late Giant Bomb then. But not as late as Burgle My Bananas, which also was pre-pandemic. Was Burgle 2019 and then the other one 2018? I thought Nier was 2017, so that sort of triangulates when that was, doesn't it? Not that I say that, and a lot of people without the context. Go check out Steal My Sunshine. Go check out Burgle My Bananas, which does not exist in a non-paywalled form, unfortunately. One day, check that out. Getting to use my tell me where to go button. One more fight one fight where it doesn't give me a new ability after. If it gives me a new ability, I'm willing to, like, give it 2 seconds more. Not a big fan of unblockable attacks. I don't know. I guess I'm more of a... I guess I don't know, like, what kind of combat style I do like, because, like, that's a big part of, like, the Dark Soulsian... You know, you see a lot of games where it's like, oh, you know, there's charging his attack, it's unblockable this, it's undodgeable this. You know, like, Jedi Fallen Order, which I guess is the game I would compare this to most, has a lot of that. I like in Zelda, where you have a sword and a shield, and that's all you need to think about. I think more games should look at Zelda more than, like, Dark Souls. I don't know. I say that as someone who's just not played most any of those games. Okay, it's giving me more powers. It's giving me more powers.
There we go.
A little bit Spider-Man. But like kind of a crap Spider-Man. Oh god, what happened? I'll say now that it's started up, it's like escalating relatively quickly. And I kind of do appreciate how it's like just, hey, you know, here's one power, here's another power, let's go, let's go. Don't need to like, you know, spend the whole game parceling these out. I mean, I guess the other thing about them is that like, yeah, no, if you got this at like the end of, say, you know, a dungeon. If this was like a Zelda dungeon reward, you'd be pretty miffed because it's kind of a crap, no hookshot, you know? And the puzzles you're solving are borderline not puzzles, you know? It's like Half-Life wouldn't have puzzles like this. No, it'd be like the tutorial puzzle in a Half-Life. I guess I say that, these are literally tutorials.
I think that's them up ahead.
Finding cash. Just replace it. Start it all anew.
Is this game more of like a Half-Life type physics simulation type thing? You're like simulating moving objects around willy-nilly, that sort of thing? That's interesting. I don't know if it's good. And the enemies are all like completely isolated from the physics system. Unlike Half-Life where they're quite tied in, you know, enemies will throw stuff at you. You can throw stuff at enemies. The physics system is very important in Half-Life, you know. Whereas this, it's just like, you're in the combat, it's like, okay, your push button is a get over here, and your buttons just like sort of push them a little bit, pull them a little bit, you know, versus like doing anything particularly physicsy. Yeah, it's a little after 1 o'clock.
How many other folks escaped through this cave?
Escaped what? The waters? Or you mean like back in old-timey times, you know? It was the South. I do think the subject matter and the settings are both cool. Let it not be said that like, oh, I dislike this. Like, no, I think it's cool. Why isn't this part of the combat? Picking stuff up and throwing it. Well, I think the answer is because it's they couldn't get it like aiming to work good, and instead they just have it like be automatic. Snap to dudes, and what's the point of that at that point, you know? What would be the point of doing that in the middle of a battle? I'm finding myself very critical of this game. And the longer I go, the longer I'm just critiquing it and everything that it does.
This is it. The way out.
We'll squeeze through this, and then we'll be done. And we'll see what's outside, and then we'll be done. Looks like we finished another chapter.
On her journey to find her house downriver, Hazel felt hushed and awed by what she saw. Spirits appeared before her.
If all the storytelling was like this, it'd be better. You know, versus just like the NPC prestige game thing. You know, the weird thing about a prestige game is it raises the bar as far as like what people expect, right? Like, if you're gonna make me sit down and watch a story, you gotta be like Uncharted. You gotta be like Last of Us.
Fantastical the world became.
You know, you can't be a 4 out of 5 prestige game. That doesn't work. You get a point knocked off.
She didn't know she was about to meet me.
Am I about to meet God or a fish? Finish this cutscene and let's see what's over that log.
Not much further now. The river must be close.
More woods. Okay.
Please let our house be in one piece.
Oh, you know what? Where she said finally. Let me finally come over here. I feel like she's exaggerating. There's definitely like a couple more fights before anything interesting happens. Let's I'd like to do a game I think I'll like before we end. That sounds mean to that last game. It's okay. It's like a 3 out of 5. Would be a 4 out of 5 if not for all the story and the unexcitingness of like. I think Atomfall had more going for it, and you know, Lord help me, it was a faster start as well. You know, we didn't get a gun, we didn't really start in that, but at the very least we were fighting guys, and it was like compelling and interesting, like running away from them. I'd say a 4 out of 5. I'm gonna up my Atomfall estimate to like a 4 out of 5 is probably what I would give it based on my impressions. It doesn't mess around. Let's play. Oh, I forgot to change the game to South of Midnight. I forgot to change the game to South of Midnight. Whoops. Oh well. Lonely Mountain Snow Riders. Whatever. The VOD will have timestamps. It'll be fine. I care more about. Well, that's not true. The discovery of a Twitch stream is important, I'll say. But Lonely Mountain Snow Riders. Let's do a little bit of this as like a palate cleanser. This, I'm pretty sure I played the bicycle version of this, Lonely Mountains Downhill, a while ago on a GamePass stream very much like this one, and quite enjoyed it. It's just a very simple, really gamey game, not a talky game, no plots, just play the game and have some fun. And it's a bit of fun, and I'll say Lonely Mountains Downhill is one of the few like Game Pass games that I played after the Game Pass stream, you know, because it's kind of nice to just play and listen to a podcast, you know. It's a great podcast game, a great YouTube game to play while you watch YouTube, you know, something of the sort. At least the last one was. If this was on Nintendo Switch, is this on Nintendo Switch? You know what? I bet this is on Nintendo Switch, but it is also on Game Pass, so that's how I'm going to play it. Should I be playing this on Nintendo Switch where I can have it be portable? Not thought about that, but maybe the answer is maybe. Oh, wow, that looks really different. How come I'm on Xbox? Look at this game. Why does this need a performance mode? Look at it. I'm on an Xbox Series X, the best Xbox you can get with money. I do think it's silly that when games have like performance versus the other mode. And I understand in cases like the Nintendo Switch 2 and PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, but like anything newer than the Series X, that's like, you've had enough generations. You should be able to handle anything on 4K, I think. Am I silly? Am I wrong? I see no purpose to anything beyond an Xbox Series X in power. PlayStation 5 Pro, forget about it. What the hell? You don't need that. The next Xbox, I don't see the reason for that either. PlayStation 6, God no. There's no reason for that. Look at this. This has a performance mode. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Give me a goatee. I like that. That bun's fun. Give me colors. I like choose body hair colors. Go with the messy, wavy hair. That's fine, actually. Yeah, let's just go with that and continue. Is this actually going to be more ambitious than Downhill, than Lonely Mountains Downhill is? I don't remember that having performance mode. This is different, actually. This is a different game. In Lonely Mountains Downhill, you played it from like a fixed perspective and like biked down a path that went downwards, down the screen. I mean, actually, this looks like it could be that, but we just haven't gotten to the mountain yet. Interesting. This is way different. You could see where you were going in Lonely Mountains Downhill, but in this, you see where you're going. And it's like behind the back, rather than like a little bit of tank controls. Huh. Okay, this is getting more to what the original game was. Going towards the camera, rather than, and on paths like this, perpendicular to the camera. Okay. Oh fuck! I was supposed to brake. It's just a meditative sort of thing where you go down a mountain. Well, like the bicycle game, it's a meditative sort of thing where you go down the mountain and you sort of just or at the subject of physics, you know? You have to like release in midair. Okay. And you have to sort of like you know, navigate a precarious trail and have a bit of fun. Oh fuck, I thought I did a long jump. I totally released right trigger in midair. Confused about that one. Hold RT in air, short jump. Okay, this is just like if you want to land versus if you want to go for distance. You can finagle that. I'm not sure this has quite the same like frenetic energy as the as like the bicycle one did. I mean, I guess we're playing a tutorial right now. We should play the actual. We should play an actual mountain and see if we can get to the bottom. It looks nice. I think they've stepped up their game a good deal. It looks like there's like a cleaner progression between like routes and like different. Actually, no, that's menu. I thought it was going to be like trail, then slope, then gear. But actually, that doesn't make sense. That is basically the same. Do the first mountain. I can't justify a third. Another palate cleanser. Can I? That'd be too much. I'll say though, after playing some of this, I'm just like, ooh, you know, I could go for another palate cleanser. You know, something light and short and something we can get into and enjoy some of. Okay, so if you're like ducking, you have like less control, but you get more speed. You gotta remember, tank controls. Takes a bit to get used to. You do have... Is it limited lives here, or just, It is really cool here to, like, go down as fast as you can, and because you can't see ahead of yourself, it's, there's, like, some fun risk-reward here. Fun risk-reward of just like, okay, are we going to be okay? Are we going to run into trees? Are we going to run off the track? I like this better than the last two games I played. Not the blueprints. Fuck. Blueprints definitely the one that I'm going to spend more time with, get deeper into. Looking forward to that in a big way. But, you know, I wouldn't mind playing this idly. I'm always in need of podcast games. You know, oftentimes that just means me replaying a game I played before. And, like, there's only so many of those. Especially ones I don't want to, make into content. Alright, there's, those things are like objectives at the top. We didn't get the first one. That's fun. That's fun. What time is it? 1:22? Can I do one other game? Let's see. That's good. That's good. What the hell? I don't know if I knew this menu was here before. Did they... This new? Let's see. What should we do here? Can we do... You know, I don't know there's any other game that, like, is a known quantity to me enough that I would be willing to, like, just pop it in and be like, let's go. There's some that look interesting, and some I bet would be a bit of fun. Mullet MadJack. I bet this game is going to start with, like, a whole bunch of plots. I bet this game is going to, just immediately kick the fuck off. One more game. One more game. Nakamura Plaza. That's from, well, it started off... That's from, thing. How's the volume? Volume. A little loud. I'll take it down a scotch. I'll take it down 2 scotches. I bet when I start shooting, it'll be loud. Let's play it. Let's try this game out. I don't know. Mullet MadJack. Man and internet merged into a new being. Humans need dopamine every 10 seconds or they die. The world is now ruled by super rich AI robots called robillionaires. Those who dare to live every 10-second lives to kill these robots are called moderators. This is
Initializing our live stream show. Looking for a protagonist.
Wait, so this is hang on. This is a crank game. This is a crank game. I have to kill something every 10 seconds or it's game over.
You enter the Peace Corps Justice app, the #1 moderator streaming app. You will enter live stream shortly.
You're already in the live stream. This is the live stream, a video game.
She's got 2 billion followers, you know. The first moderator to rescue her on live stream wins the prize. We'll triangulate her location. Right now, she's right in front of you. Watch out!
All right. Very 80s. You know, that's always a cool vibe in like, you know, I think of 80s anime, I guess, is the specific pull. I think of Neon, what was that game called with the Mullet MadJack? Yes. What was that game with the Hotel Miami? Hotline Miami. There we go. Hotline Miami. There's a bunch of games with this sort of style. It's good. Evoking the same era, roughly. "10 seconds, we have to kill something every 10 seconds. If you are dying, you're playing the right difficulty, did it say? This rules. I don't know what to say. I kick with left trigger, I shoot with right trigger. It's fast-paced.
Hey, moderator, it's official. We are now on live stream. Millions are watching you save our princess. We're putting the audience's love into your bloodstream. Your blood feels the sweet.
Yeah. This the writing is a little bit cringe. I don't know.
You now have 10 seconds of life. For every kill, the audience.
You know I watch anime, right? And it's not like this anymore.
But if you bore the audience, not killing. Ready? Go, moderate. Damn robot.
This is not the vibes of anime that I know from the 21st century. Maybe the older stuff, which I'll say has never been really my my taste, honestly.
Sounds like you passed the test. You're not dead. Whoa, hold on.
You can mute the story. That's fucking great. Yeah, that's I was just saying, like, I don't know about this writing, but they knew. They know you. Yeah, just fuck that. Right out of here. Just story. No. Just shooting. Yeah. This is good. This knows what it's doing. Do I have to jump over these or something? No. My God. I'm so glad we did one more. This is low-key the highlight of the night somehow. What's LT? Okay, finisher. This, I like this. Oh, there's like upgrades. It's maybe a roguelike or something. Enviro kills give you an extra second. A railgun. Explosive ammo chance. 3% is not enough. I'll take the railgun.
Control Alt Delete.
My gun is now slower, but it feels flashier. I'm pretty sure I was already killing guys with the guns that I had, but fuck it. Oh, I have to keep on. Oh, you only get so many seconds per kill. It's not just like killing a guy is not quite enough. You have to you have to keep going. One more run. We did like 4 or 5 runs of the first game that we started. The other roguelite of the night. Roguelike maybe this one. Maybe no progression saved over time. We can do a second round of this. It's not demanding much accuracy. I don't know if you can tell. But like you just shoot in the general direction. Oh crap, this is cool. Oh, I kicked that guy. We made a crank video game, and it's good. I picked a submachine gun. That's fine.
Make a new friend every day.
I'm not sure if I have health. What's the situation with health? Maybe health is time. Maybe I get shot, I lose time. That would make sense. That would mean just like hey, it's a no thinking situation. Just shoot. Just run and shoot. Just run and shoot. Just run and shoot. This'll be it. This'll be the run. I got a katana. What? Is that my main gun now? Oh! I can throw it! I can't tell if I'm taking damage or if I'm getting achievements. Which one is causing the red on my periphery? It's not a game for where you think about what's going on and know 100%. Activate slow motion for the last 3 seconds of your life. I like that. The sound of that. That sounds fun. Slow-mo is cool. I don't think you can block. I wonder if you can complete a mission here, or if it's just literally infinite. Just like, you go as long as you can go, and that's it. This is good. This is good. This is good. Ice katana. Throw empty soda cans and they explode. know what the fuck soda cans are. Give me a freezing ass katana. That sounds good.
Let's kill some billionaires.
That's a sound clip. Just say that. Remember everyone, in this game, the robots are called billionaires. In context, it's fine. Nothing weird here. It's okay to kill robots. It's never not been okay to do this to robots. If I freeze a guy, can I then kick a guy and it's cool? What are you saying? I'm gonna keep her on mute. I'm sticking with my sword. Sword is fun.
Realize that nobody cares.
Yeah, this is a 5 out of 5, by the way. If you're wondering. This fucking rules. Oh, hey, we got a soda can. It would explode if we had, the right upgrades, but we don't, so... whatever. Oh, I think, left trigger is a dash. I have gone this whole time without noticing that left trigger is a dash. That's cool. That's good. Shotgun! Yeah, I'll play with a shotgun. You know, submachine gun, I got other ideas, but like... shotgun? My god. Oh, fuck! Really low on time, but fortunately, I was able to, get enough time doing slow motion. The time it takes for the shotgun to, like, reload. Soda good. Oh, it's like a dash into the kick. You kick. You kick using the left trigger and you can dash up until you kick someone. That's really damn good. That's, it's, nearing 2 o'clock. It's time to end. That was, we're not topping that, folks. Right then, no, I guess I installed Doom earlier, or like the coming soon. That's why it's under yesterday. I didn't play Doom because it's not out yet. Coming soon. That's gonna do it for this stream. This good old, Game Pass stream. Why, hang on. Weird, it's not including, there we go. Under quick resume. Here we go. Here's well, folks, that's gonna do it for tonight. That's gonna do it for tonight. It's time for some last thoughts here. Let's do some quick last thoughts. We played 5 games for the first time tonight. 2 more than I was expecting, but I was kind of in the mood to get in a few extra. And we should do this more often, I think, is my big takeaway here. Let's do that thing I always do at the end of these streams and give these games, like, the scores I would give them if I never play them again. Blueprints, I think that it has caught my interest. I am, like, I believe what everyone has been saying online for the last, since embargoes dropped, and I cannot wait to get to the exciting layer where things become revelationary or, really great. Haven't gotten there yet, and I'd say like the blueprints that I know so far is like a pretty decent sub inscription type experience. It's a good builder. It's a good roguelite. Waiting for it to become a phenomenal roguelike with mysteries that like capture my imagination and make me want to discuss them on discords nonstop. I'm looking forward to like getting into discords and like talking about it and discussing like, oh, did you get this? Did you get that? Though I don't know I really have that much to offer after 3 hours, unfortunately. I mean, I did spend a half hour trying to brute force a lock, but maybe I'll do that more. Maybe I'll wait until I get the hourglass. I should do things right. I would give that a 5 out of 5 if I never played it again, but I am going to play it, so I bet the review score will rise. I say it rise. You know how Letterboxd has 5 stars and then a like button? It might get a like, basically, is what I'm saying, given enough time. Atomfall, I'm feeling like a 4 out of 5. I feel like that might be generous considering it's a game not for me that I didn't get into, but I had some fun with it. If I could have killed a guy and figured out how to find a weapon, it would be even more assuredly a 4 out of 5. Maybe I should give it more of a 3 out of 5. Like, it seems good, but, like, it's not for me. It's somewhere between those two. I would think about it before putting in a score if I never played it again. South of Midnight's honestly didn't grab me. Maybe I'm being generous. Maybe Atomfall is like a 3 out of 5. Maybe South of Midnight is more like a 2 out of 5. I really didn't like the combat in South of Midnight, and the traversal reminded me of the other times that traversal has been rolled out, like, 20 years after it went out of fashion, 20 years after, I know Uncharted does it, and Uncharted does it well, but Uncharted does more with it than just like, hey, jump up, climb left, climb right, jump across a gap, and it just feels a filler. And also, the story seemed pretty mid, and I just couldn't give a fuck. I couldn't. It didn't demand my attention. It didn't get my attention. It feels like a prestige game that maybe would be a 4 out of 5 if it wasn't trying to like deliver a mid plot at you. But then again, mid traversal, mid combat, it's mid. Looks fantastic. Lonely Mountain Snow Riders seems lovely. I could see that being a 4 out of 5. It might even be a 5 out of 5. I forget what I gave Lonely Mountains Downhill, but I would give Snow Riders the same thing. It seems about as good. No change there. Mullet MadJack, kind of the surprise of the night. That fucking ruled. 5 out of 5 easily. I don't know I'll ever play it again. It's that sort of game where like, I think I got my fill. I think I got my fill right there across like 10 minutes, but I had a fantastic time, and I would recommend anyone boot up Xbox, their Game Pass, and check out Mullet MadJack. That was delightful. That got me so good, and I'll say like even more than Blueprints, that's just immediately got me in the door. I'll say Blueprints, it's definitely a slow burn. Mullet MadJack, that just explodes right out the gate. And at the end of a 5-6 hour stream, you're looking for something that explodes out the gate and like really hits you hard, just really goes for it. And my God, if Mullet MadJack doesn't go for it, my God damn. Anyway, I think that'll do it. I think that's a stream. Let me pull up the old schedule. I'll be back tomorrow at viewer levels, and then I'll also be back on Tuesday next week for more Star Fox adventures. Last time we got through the first of 4 floating islands. At this pace, it'll take like 3 more streams to finish. I'm not sure like how the back half of the game is paced, or like if it's just like island, island, island. You know, the first stream was very much like, oh, we gotta do prologue, we gotta do this. I'm thinking like let's do 1 per stream and keep it at that. That sounds good. Let me see who's playing. Referee Clark. I'm gonna go with Referee Clark. I'm gonna send you to Referee Clark, who is doing Metal Gear Solid for the first time. That's a game I need to play. I'm gonna play Delta when that comes out. That'll be a playthrough, and that'll be the first time I ever play a Metal Gear for myself. I've watched Let's Plays of the Metal Gears, but never played them. So that'll be fun in the future. Let me pull up that stream on my end so I can see the raid go through to Referee Clark. Ooh, volume's on. All right, folks. I'll see ya tomorrow for the viewer levels. That'll be fun. I probably should have more cards for that, but like we'll see what how long that goes. I have a lot of anime to discuss tomorrow, I'll say. But like other stuff, there's been news. Other stuff other than that, I'll discuss blueprints a bit. I don't know. I'll see you then. Getting ready to stop. All right, folks. I'll see you tomorrow for viewer levels, and then on Tuesday for Star Fox. This has been a Game Pass stream, and quite a good one, I think. Bye.